Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Real Hawk Talk. I'm Brian Nemhauser. You can find all that we do on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram at Hawk Blogger. The audio editions are on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio pods, and ad-free at patreon.com/Hawk Blogger. It is day 3 of the NFL draft. We are here at the VMAC and got a very special guest with us today for the first time wearing the mechanics shirt, which is kind of now the thing for day 3 for the Seahawks. Ryan Florence, area scout of the Southeast. Is that what we're going to stick with?
Yeah, sure.
Gonna stick with Southeast.
Yeah.
So
whatever works. Man.
Whatever works, man. It's so good to meet you.
Yeah.
Before we get into the draft stuff, whenever someone comes on the show, I always like to get to know the person. So where'd you grow up? How'd you get into this line of work, man?
Grew up in Columbia, Missouri. Went to school out at William Jewell College in Kansas City. And then made a stop down at Missouri State, was there for a little bit and got into athletics down there. And then was able to come back to my hometown and work for Mizzou when we made the transition to the SEC. Those first 2 years I was there. So working for Coach Pinkel, who obviously was up here at UW at one point. So he was always really fired up for me when I got the job and got to start as an intern. Started here with Willie Snyder, So just been grinding it out in the draft room, did a little bit of NFS, and then I got to do a little bit of the Southwest and now kind of working my way towards the Southeast. So it's been good.
Well, I've heard that there's some talent in the South when it comes to football. You kind of got a good area, man. Did you get to choose an area, or how did that work?
No, man. I go where John wants me, and Matt Berry, Trent, Highline, wherever they put me. I say I want to go do. I'm gonna go find good players regardless of where you put me. So
scouting is one of those kind of mythical jobs that, like, a lot of kids that grow up, they're like, man, if I could just be a scout, I would find the talent. But then you talk to scouts and they're like, man, it's a grind. At least like it used to be, like, out on the road all the time, never putting your head on the same pillow. What is modern scouting, and how is it different than maybe it was 10 years ago?
I think the transfer portal obviously has changed a lot of things. We used to think about a lot of the coaching staff switching and changing up, which that happens a lot as well. But now you got these kids shifting to different schools. You got 3-4 schools possibly. I think that's the biggest thing. The rosters are really changing in the off season. So it's about the sources that you have at those schools and getting to the right people and kind of getting on those names early. I mean, that's something for me where I'm already thinking about, we're here on day 3, but you got to kind of think ahead of, like, okay, next year, we got a lot of picks next year. So you're already thinking about, who are the next guys coming down the pipe. And when you're going there, you're always looking for the young guys that are kind of on their way up. But you get the Julian Neals of the world and guys that kind of move around and they're there. It's like, oh, well, where'd this kid go? Or he's under the radar a little bit. Like, he wasn't a big portal get, and Arkansas did a good job, of getting him there and developing them and find guys like that. So,
well, we will get to Julian Neal here in just a second, because that's a pretty exciting moment. But as you're talking about the NIL stuff and the transfer portal, and then we started by talking about an area scout. Yeah. Is that challenged it at all? Like, are you having to hand off? Oh, I was tracking this guy. He was in the Southeast, and now he's in the Northwest. Like, do you hand off to a different scout? How does that work?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I mean, examples like Bud Clark. You doing them 3 years ago when I was going through the Southwest and going through TCU, and then, like, now he stays in school for another year. He stayed in school for another year after that. So you got a few reports on guys, or you might have done somebody else that drops, comes into your area 2 or 3 years later, and you're kind of familiar with them. We do a great job of talking to our other area guys and staying in contact with them about, hey, what is the trainer saying about that guy at the old school? What's the strength coach saying about the school, all the way down to academics or whoever your sources may be, to kind of work with them, kind of work together and kind of piece the puzzle together in terms of the character and the makeup of the guy since he's transferred from his old program.
Matt, so we're talking to Ryan Florence, who is an area scout for the Seattle Seahawks, officially Southeast, but covers pretty much all the South. So picked a couple guys yesterday. Tell us your involvement, and then Jeff, I'm sure you got some questions as well. What was your involvement in the guys that were got selected yesterday?
Just working with Julian. It's the first one that comes to mind. Obviously, coming in there, going in fall camp, I was just thinking about this guy. he definitely looks the part. You like the length, you like the size. He was a guy that played, 130 defensive snaps roughly his first 3 seasons. So he was a guy that was a safety. They moved him to corner late, started 4 games at Fresno State that last year, and then he ended up at Arkansas. So this was really his first year fully starting. So you kind of get in there in fall camp and, you see a guy like that. He's got an opportunity. He's in the 2 deep. He makes his way into a starting role. And then each time you go into the school, I'm a big guy on first impressions, whether it's people you meet throughout the process as a source or definitely as a scout.
Absolutely.
You can't ever take away that first live look of seeing a player. So for me, it's just coming back in there, following up, talking to a lot of those guys. And then it was cool throughout the process with him in the spring, and you got to see the confidence really trend up. And he got better that second half of the season, and Carl Scott will tell you the same thing. That second half of the season, his football got better. He improved, and he's self-aware enough as a kid to really know what he needs to work on too, which is cool. And then obviously you got to hear the competitive fire last night.
Did you hear that?
Oh yeah, I saw his quote. Yeah, he's fired up, man.
Man, that was an amazing call last
He's
night.
from the San Fran area. He was still up, like he's enjoying time with his family. It's really cool to see somebody, enjoy that moment.
Yeah, Jeff, go ahead.
You guys have had a lot of success just finding like former receivers or basketball players and making them corners. I know you guys had like Woolen and Sherman back in the day. Like, what makes this guy such like a good transition from he was a receiver at one point and a hooper? Like, what makes him such a good prospect at corner?
Man, I just think the length, the athleticism. I mean, good genetics. He's got a little brother. He's got a brother that plays basketball at USC. So but like the wide receiver athlete is kind of what he did, and obviously the hoops background, and just kind of transitioning over and like kind of molding a guy like that is big like that. And then he's moved around a little bit in the secondary in terms of safety, and then he kind of found his home here at corner, and then just a testament to the kid and the makeup of the guy that, to kind of attack the transition. He hadn't been playing it long. He knows he needs to get better, and he has a good grasp of the areas that he needs to improve at. And and our former guy, Nick Perry, did a great job with him at Arkansas. And tell people too, head coach was fired at Arkansas this year. He had his DC fired, so they were changing up the scheme on him, and a guy that kind of still stayed the course, and it continued to get better, which was really cool to see, and kind of navigating that whole process throughout the fall as well in the SEC, and another guy that leveled up, and he did a good job.
Jeff, you got another question?
Yeah, like me and Brian were trying to like analyze that pick this morning, and obviously 100 times more than we do, but like you guys see Reek go to Philadelphia, you had that size in your group, and you have Witherspoon who's like a little bit smaller, but like how important is it to have like kind of a basketball team with the defensive back group where like you have smaller guys, you have bigger guys? Like how important is that, or just get the best players we can get?
This is a big man's game, as our college director likes to say, so bigger, faster, stronger. I mean, it's huge, especially for Julian Neal, his long arms. He's really good in press when he's getting hands on guys. That's something that's going to jump off the tape when you watch him, not just the physicality in press, but the physicality in the run game, coming up, striking blocks, being a good run support player. Like, I think guys that have that size at any position, and sometimes you get guys who just don't play that size, but Julian does a great job of playing to his size and his length, like even playing the ball down the field and going up and attacking it that way. But I'm all about getting big guys, and we're going to do a great job with the corners and the development of the guys that we bring in. So I have full confidence in the coaching staff that way.
I mean, how nice is that as a scout it's one thing to put all this work in, and a lot of the guys you're going to scout are never going to end up Seahawks, right? So you all this work in, and maybe you get fortunate enough that your guy is available at the point and he finally gets taken, right? And it's like, it's a moment. Like you feel like I would assume you feel some validation, fulfillment in that. But then to have a coaching staff that you trust to actually, like, you got a Carl Scott. That's not normal. This guy's going to be a defensive coordinator. He could probably be a head coach one day, that you can hand him off to, and he's going to maximize what was drafted.
I just think, where we took Reek and we saw the development of that guy in terms of what he was, and a big ball of clay, coming out of UTSA, and what we're able to do there. And now with Julian Neal, told these guys, like, the best football is ahead of with this guy, he's still got a lot of things that he's still got some stuff that he needs to work on, but he's improving, and you're seeing a guy that's trending up, and that's kind of the biggest thing, like bringing those guys in. And it's great, man. This is a total team sport, like the game of football and scouting in general. So like, yes, it is a process in terms of the long nights and the hotels and the long drives, but yes, it does feel good at the end of the day, especially when you're coming into a draft. You don't have a lot of draft picks. You got guys on the board, but guys are coming off the board from your area. But it does feel good to, you see alignment with the coaching staff, and you see alignment with the scouting staff in terms of getting getting guys in there that we want to work with, and that they want to work with, and that they want to keep developing. Like I'm always excited about that.
So analysts, like draft analysts, fans, media, like they'll go back and they'll make sure that everybody knows when a player hits that they thought was great that nobody else had, or maybe gets passed over. They never tell you about like, oh, I was so wrong on this guy, I had him way high. In your line of work, do you ever like drop by John Schneider's office or Matt Berry's office and he's like, yeah, remember that guy? Like, how's that going? you ever like just remind them about a guy that you're passionate about that maybe they thought differently about?
I mean,
you gotta have a little fun with them in the office, right?
Yeah, I'm not as outspoken about that, but I think that's one thing as a scout for me. I always like to go back and see where guys I scouted that I was high on. Why was I high on them? Like, why did they go too low? If it's the opposite, it was too low and they went too high. Like I want to get better. I like the growth mindset from that standpoint of like figuring out like, hey, what did I see? What didn't I see? And talk to them about it. But yeah, I mean, I love tracking guys that I've done all the way back to my NFS days and doing combine, from the small school kids like, Kyle Duggars or the Josh Williams of the world that were small school kids. We got Derek in here, which was cool to see his growth. And then, even the big schools that I went to back in the day there, and then guys that I've done in the Southwest. And now like here doing the Southeast, it's been really cool to kind of keep tracking those guys. But you're right. You're not really going to find out a hit or a miss until 3-4 years down the road. But it's always good to go back and look at it for sure.
You guys have been on fire for years now. A couple more questions here with Ryan Florence. Nice enough to join us, Seahawks area scout for the Southeast. Big part of the Julian Neal selection. So I am not a scout. I don't know what I'm doing other than this show and whatever. But I found Julian Neal really a few weeks ago because I built this little system and I was looking for specific things that I think are like, how's this guy in zone coverage? How is this guy in run support as a corner? Because I think you guys value physical corners that can like participate in run defense more than maybe a typical team does. And Julian Neal bumps up to like 6th on this thing that I spit out. And I was like, I didn't know the guy. I start watching him and I'm like, oh, he's also he's really long, he's big. He's pretty good in off coverage and his eyes are pretty good. And it like for a big guy, he's able to do that as well as be a press corner. And I'm curious, like, one, am I anywhere close to right? And two, like, what is it that is involved with being an off corner as opposed to a press corner?
I think you are right. You've been you've been studying your scouting notes. You've been watching enough tape there. I think for any position, but especially corner, it's the feel. Like you said, it's the eyes, it's the footwork for a guy that he's high cut. He's going to be big. He's going to be long, but he's a little high cut. So it's about controlling his pad level. It's about being clean and efficient in those transitions, but he does have a good feel for staying on top of the vertical routes, and he has a good feel for when to get his length up and throwing lanes and get his hands on balls and zone. And then he's really good at coming up and being physical, coming forward. So it's kind of just seeing that over and over. Like we like to say, some of us are rep guys in this business. So, the more and more you really watch the tape, you really study it, those things really start to jump off the tape. Especially for me, it was the physicality, even going back and watching them a little bit again in the spring, comparing them to the rest of the board that's up there. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, like the physicality, the run support, like we're big, we're long.
Well, you got teams like
we're physical.
The Rams, Puka Nacua, and they're coming out to big big offensive line. Like your corners got to be able to be physical too. All right, last question here, Jeff. I'll give it to you for Ryan Florence.
Yeah, we get to hear you on the draft calls, which is pretty cool. We've seen you a couple times over the years. What's it like to be on that draft call? Like, I know Jim Nagy's talked about how rare it is that scouts get to like lead the call off. Like, what's that like?
Yeah, I think like Jay Reed, obviously, a few years ago was a big one, which still shocks me to this day. Is when John gives you the heads up, like, "Come on, Brian, you're gonna make this call," and then obviously we can kind of see like what might be coming down the pipe a little bit, and he kind of gives us a heads up, and but it's awesome. It's kind of one of those things where they're picking it up, you're talking to them, it's much quieter, and then it just turns into pure chaos because you can hear everybody in the background, you can hear the juice, you can hear the energy. Like he's obviously fired up. Everybody's asked, "Oh, who's on the call?" I think that's kind of how Mike was. He's like, "Are you there? Are you there?" type of thing. He's like, "Oh yeah, he's there." He's just got everybody jumping on his back and being super fired up. But I can't be more excited for these guys because I know how much work I put in to this job and what we do. So like, and that's what they've worked for their entire life. So like being able to share that moment with them is still really cool. And I still talk to my former players about that, even with Jay Reed and now Julian Neal. That's something we'll be talking about for years from now, getting drafted to the NFL, coming to the Seahawks and being a great fit for us.
Well, Ryan, Super Bowl champ, world champ, Ryan Florence, wearing his workers mechanic shirt, which is kind of a customary thing on day 3 for the Seahawks right now. Just know all the folks that listen really appreciate the work you do for this team, for this city, and bringing in what seems to be not only great players, but some really great people.
Yeah.
All right, man.
I really
thank you for coming on, Ryan Florence of your Seattle Seahawks. Man, so what a pleasure. What a pleasure. And Jeff, what is it that you think is going to come up next here for the Seahawks? Thank you. When you hear what these guys do, and like the amount of work that they put in, what stood out to you in that conversation?
Just how detailed they have to be to going through those. The thing I never thought about is how crazy scouting must be with the transfer portal. Like that part of it, like he went from Fresno State to Arkansas and he's switching positions. Like that's got to be nuts where you spend years building these profiles and then you just got to hand it off. I can't imagine how crazy that is.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of work that goes in and how few of the guys that you actually, scouted and, really talked about, how many of those guys actually end up with the team is very small, man. And so to have that work out and get one of your guys actually drafted by the team has got to be just really rewarding and something that I think a lot of people don't really appreciate. Like it is a job. It's kind of like baseball, right? Like where hitting 300 is good or hitting 280 is good. And scouting, it might be like, if you even just get one of your guys drafted, if you get on base, like that is 1 out of 100, 1 out of 200. Like the odds of your guy being one of your guys being the guy that gets picked is super low. So you gotta love it. You gotta love it for that to be your job.
Yeah, he just referenced Jay Reed. He was talking about Jarek Reed, not Jaron Reed. So Jarek Reed, the safety from the small school. And I remembered that Ryan was on the call, and it's kind of just with a sick brain I have. But like those are only a couple of the picks that he's probably got to do the call for. He hasn't been on there. They only have 4 picks this year. So you spend the whole year hunting down prospects. And I don't know how many years he's been here, but that's maybe 2 guys he's got to be on the call for. Like you got to really love that line of work and love this job or just trying to move up the ladder. But it must be fun to like work for Schneider, who was a scout and who grew up in that world. And he understands those guys. Not like a lot of these guys who come from like Ivy League schools, like in baseball. But like, yeah, you can see in his face how excited he was to just talk about the draft calls and how exciting that is. But I wonder what it's like for him right now, where you do all this work and you have no picks for 2 rounds because they traded your picks away for Rashid Shaheed. So he's just sitting there.
Well, that would have been a great question. Like, that's the thing is You and I are such sickos, dude. A lot of people would have a scout on and they'd be like, all right, this isn't a player. And if it's a player, it's not a quarterback or like whatever. Like, it looks like we got our next guest here coming up here in a second. So I'll hold it. But like, I could have talked to him forever, man. Like that was great. So got our next guest coming up here. Come take a seat, Josh. Because as much as most people, they're just looking for the highlights. I want to know these people that are bringing in the people and the life that they've lived to get there and the process they've done. So, Mr. Josh Graff, it's nice to meet you. I'm Brian.
Yeah, Brian, nice to see you.
Can you hear okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let's pull you in there a little bit. Can you hear Josh all right there, Jeff?
Yeah, I can hear him.
All right. So, Josh Graff, you are an area scout for the Seahawks as well. We were just talking to Ryan Florence.
Oh, big time. Yeah. Well, great.
He had nothing but great things to say about you.
Yeah, I can reciprocate all the good information back the same way to him.
So I was joking with like Dave Pearson. He's like, oh, he's the area scout for the Southeast, but he's kind of the Southwest as well. And now with NIL, everyone moving around. What part of the country do you cover now?
So I'm doing like the Southwest, I guess, but yeah, no, that kind of also includes. I go from LA to Houston.
Okay.
So, and then I also dip up all the way to Montana. So there's a kind of a unique triangle here. A lot of turf to cover.
And you started as an intern here, is that right?
I started an intern here actually in the equipment room with EK, and then built the relationships and work your way up to the second floor, what have you. But yeah, no, I was in the equipment room for a year. Did it in Miami also for a year with the Dolphins before I came over here. So yeah, no, equipment room and then scouting.
So I was talking to Ryan, like we'll get into the draft and the picks and all that stuff. And by the way, this is Jeff Simmons, my co-host
Jeff?
up there in Toronto. So I always like to get to know the person. So at what point did you decide scouting and football was a career you wanted to get into?
Oh, when I could first start reading the box scores in the newspaper, really.
Uh-huh.
I was probably maybe a little more baseball than football out the gate, but just playing sports and in locker rooms and being around the competitive nature of that, it was going to be sports in one way or the other. And then, probably box scores and stats and, just grow up in that regard.
So at what point did you realize that this is something you could actually do? Like that you thought you had not only the opportunity, but the aptitude to make this a career?
Self-belief, obviously, you got to believe in yourself. And we're paid for our opinions. So like, don't go with the room in one regard. It's like, don't be Switzerland, get off the fence and do something. You have some success stories of players you found along the way, whether it's a draft pick or an undrafted free agent or just a rookie minicamp guy that turned into a player that was on our first Super Bowl team. So like something like that. I was probably Benson Mayowa when he was on.
Hey, there you go.
A former Vandal of mine. That was probably my first success story. I started a rookie minicamp here like next week, and then ended up being undrafted free agent on the Super Bowl team. So that's pretty cool.
So I'm not going to ask for a name on this question, but what was like one of your first experiences where you were really confident and you learned something about a guy that you thought was going to be a great player, didn't end up panning out? What did you learn? How early in your career was that happening?
Oh, there's learning lessons in every single one of them. I guess ones that didn't go so well, what you learn there, again, I think you probably talked to John about it. Don't force a thing in terms of a need, and but when you're unraveling the character of guys and what they're kind of made of competitively, and then the makeup wise away from the building, we're just trying to always uncover what's driving them with their internal motivation and getting to learn the kid as best as possible. We've been burned with them kind of not to being as forthright along the way. But without giving any specific what have you, it's just there's a bit of a gamble with everybody. You're just trying to eliminate the variable factors, and you decide what's worth it and what's not, I guess.
So I think it's interesting you bring up the knowing the person. Jeff, I'll let you in here in the next second. But there's so much that's gone on to increase the amount of data that you guys have access to, the GPS, the models that are being built out there to like, oh, this guy, the physics of him is different than someone else, or all this data. And there's, ways to comb through film in ways that you couldn't before. But that doesn't help you get to know the person. So that has that changed at all? Like, do you feel like is that just experience, or are there other things like tools or other things that have come up that have made it easier to kind of assess the person?
Well, it is a little tricky with the transfer process, but no, I mean, again, you get your hands on these guys as much as you possibly can, whether it's at the combine or at the All-Star game, going to visit the school, and then again, you're using the resources of whether if they transfer or not, what's making this kid tick, and we bring him up for 30 visits. You get as many exposures as you can to try and feel the kid. Was, I mean, after 4 or 5 times meeting Bud Clark, you're gonna get a little better feel what Bud's about. You can't really fake it after that many times, especially you feel his energy. But so yeah, you get them in different settings, whether it's with just the scout or it's with the coach. They're gonna act a little different if it's in front of John and Mike. So how consistent are they? Are they actually a real dude every time? Does it feel genuine? Like you can tell who people are as more exposed you are to them. So it might take a little longer, but end of the day, they're more likely going to tell you who they are.
So what's that like last night where you're sitting there, you're waiting for the end of round 2 and your guy gets selected? Like did you think he'd be around? Like what was that like from your perspective?
I was definitely hoping he was going to be around. I have a soft spot for Bud. He is, I've done him for, I guess, the last 5 or 6 years going into Texas. So I saw him as a freshman and then seeing him at the end. Like, you do get a little bit of a soft spot for these guys, a connection with them. So when he does have a chance to be your guy, it's super gratifying. I mean, I'm staying a lot of residence inns over the last year, so it's nice to actually get one that after making it all worth it. But again, it's whether it's from my area or it's from Ryan's or anybody else, it's the same bird on the chest. So let's just get this pick right, no matter who it is at the end of the day. But yeah, no, I couldn't have been more excited for Bud. Like, that's my dude. So here we go.
Like, every time I watch him, he seemed to have like a big play in he picked off JJ McCarthy in the playoff game. Yeah. Like, when you see a guy get that many interceptions in college, like I know Xavier Watts had like similar production, like does that transfer right away? Like, what does that say about a player when they pick the ball off that much in college?
Yeah, he's just got a knack for it, right? 15 picks is no accident in college. And he probably could have had 30 if we're going to get him on the jugs to clean up just a little bit, because he could add even more. He'll tell you that as well. But there's just a knack for knowing where you at with the ball. Quandre Diggs had, how many picks did he have? He just kind of always find it. There's guys like that. Earl Thomas as well. So no, there's just a knack for knowing where to be. He's played multiple positions, and the instincts to him just jump out and he can catch. So yeah, no, it's a unique one. He can do a lot of cool things. We're very excited about Bud.
Well, it's funny you talk about he could have had 15 more. They talk about in baseball, right, that some of the best outfielders in baseball, they can get their glove on a ball that nobody else can reach. Doesn't mean they're gonna be able to pull them all in, but they're able to reach. Like, so even like the balls that he's not picking off, just the fact that he's able to cover that ground and get his ball skills seem excellent.
To be able to get the ball out, kind of playing it to the end of the play and knocking it out before we're long. I mean, he just kind of eliminate windows and you just get throwing lanes. He does a lot of cool things, and I mean, he's not bad at tackling on special teams too. Like, he does a little bit of it all. But yeah, no, him being a ball hawk, like I was talking to him last week when we talked about the Eagles. We were having breakfast. It's like, he's a ball hawk. They're all just out here waiting for you to come out here and join them. So yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, I think I remember mentioning the Eagles on his conference call.
We talked about it last week. He's got a boy, 3-year-old, and we were talking about that. And it's like, he hadn't seen the eagle before, and he thought it was pretty cool. I was like, well, when a 3-year-old comes up here too, you got a good spot for you to watch him roam around. So
now this is going to be way out of left field. I'm going to go there anyway, but he's got a kid, he's got a fiance, and I look at your draft last year, and you got half those guys are getting married. I just saw Robbie Utes got married. He's got a kid coming. And Cable Dude's getting married. Like Richmond, like the amount of guys that are having kids and getting married. I don't think you guys are looking for that, but is there any like correlation with just like maturity and like, is that at all a sign for you guys?
maybe for myself, I'm not married or with kids, so I need to maybe take lessons from these guys. But,
you might need to figure out how many residents you can be in.
Smokes. But no, it's a little different with NIL in college. They can stay longer. They're paid. It's not quite as itching to leave beforehand. But it helps being mature. It helps when you don't have to have a whole village to make sure that they're getting from one thing to the other. So I don't think we're not necessarily targeting 30-year-olds with 4 kids already. But if it happens that way,
don't do that.
It's okay every once in a while. But no, Bud and his fiance, his son, couldn't be happy to have them all.
So you mentioned like the life of a scout and being on the road. And I was talking about with Ryan as well. We're talking to Josh Graff of the Seahawks, an area scout for the Southwest. So I'm curious. Obviously, you talk to other guys in the industry for other teams. How much of a difference is there between being a scout for one NFL team and another NFL team?
I would say pretty well. The day-to-day stuff is probably relatively same, going to schools, different hotel, and go to a game and reports or what have you. But the process of their meetings and probably the weekly reports of what they're doing, when they're meeting during the year, that can probably be all different. But like, you do get quite of a tight-knit group. You're doing the same area as you're out there on the road most of the time. So there are some connections to it, but at the same time, we're trying to beat all these guys. So I can only help them for so long. But there's a different process for each team, and I can tell you that there's a plenty of envy around the league for the way the Seahawks do it.
All right, we got Josh for just another minute. Jeff, go ahead and ask your last question.
So like alternatively, like what's it like when the GM trades away 2 of your day 3 picks for Rashid Shaheed? Like you have to sit there. This is like the day for scouts. What's that like? Are you guys just getting excited for 2027? Is it hard to see your guys come off the board?
Well, I mean, we're watching Rashid Shaheed's highlights for the whole 4th and 5th round. Those are pretty cool to watch.
Pretty good. Yeah, that works too.
The Super Bowl was a pretty cool highlight. We can watch that for a little while. But no, I mean, we're still got our work shirts on here today. We got plenty to do as the draft rounds up in the afterwards with free agency. We've had a lot of success over the last few years. So no, we're getting prepared for all that, and we got mini camp next week. So no, there's still plenty to do here as day 3 rolls on. We just got to wait a little longer than most, and we'd like to. So it's all good.
Josh, I really appreciate your time. Congratulations on being a Super Bowl champ again. And congrats on all that work going into finding a player that ends up getting selected. It's got to be fulfilling. And now you get to see him getting coached by Carl Scott and this coaching staff, and only better things ahead.
It's going to be big time. It's going to be good for Bud and Julian and Price. It's going to be great. Here we go.
Love it. Love it. That is Josh Graff of your Seattle Seahawks area scout. Amazing. And I think like it's a job that, Jeff, I mean, tell me that you've never had like a little bit of, when you're growing up, oh man, I could be a scout. I could do that.
Oh yeah. It's the thing about that all the time. And then when I covered sports, a lot of people would be like, that is not a glorified lifestyle. It's a grind. You got to live in hotels. You got to spend a lot of time in Marriott's. You get a lot of Marriott points, but you got to love what you do. You got to be all over the country. You're doing it all year. It's a tough gig. And so, yeah, it was really cool to speak to those guys and just get to know them a little bit more. And sorry if I look angry at all. Sean McVay's being interviewed by Peter Schrager on TV right now.
I see. Is he like, he's
like
probably
that is like the one interview in the world I do not want to see. Good thing I'm on mute because I'm paying attention to our show. But if you see fire in my eyes, that's why.
Yeah. I'm sure Peter Schrager is just like, he looks so excited. He's like,
I know. See, he can't.
My bestie. So anyway, but I mean, how cool was that, man? Like a few years ago, you and I are watching the draft on our couches and day 3. Maybe we do a pod at some point. And now we're talking to the area scouts that just helped select 2 like what could be really great additions to this team.
It's wild. Like those guys led off both draft calls yesterday. John mentioned both in the press conference yesterday, and yeah, it's wild. I wonder what they think of all these guys with their mock draft simulators and draft rankings, and these guys are the ones on the road all year, and people just like plop in April, like, here's who this team should take, and they're the ones who spend like half the year in Marriott scouting these guys. So I wonder if they find it funny, if they're annoyed, but I'd be so curious to know like what these guys think of all this draft coverage that everyone does.
I know. Sorry, I'm just dropping a link. I think Rob Staton may join us for a little bit.
Like Rob must have the craziest schedule. Like Evan makes fun of like my schedule in terms of like the hours I do this show. Like Rob messaged me at like 1 a.m. my time, Eastern time last night. I can't imagine what time that was for him. So you want to go on a stream right now? I'm like, dude, like I need some sleep. Like I had a crazy day yesterday. No, I'm not going on with you. And he's just at every hour just does soccer at 1 minute. He does. Yeah, he's a character, man.
Dude, I got to do something. I'm going to try to show this to you guys. Like the view here is so cool. I'm going to try to. We'll talk about the draft here in a second. But hold on. Let me show you guys the view that I get to look at out here. So this is.
Oh my God!
Check that out, man. That's a really cool. And by the way, there's the cool kids over here from KJR. Ian, Rob, Greg, Jessamine. Yep, the whole crew. Hey! Yeah, so it's pretty cool.
Have the media mechanic shirts or something.
I know, right? I don't know. You and I are so crazy because the fact is I'm excited about day 3 as much as I was about any of the others, right?
I know. Today, like I woke up alarmingly excited, and I can't really explain it because for months I was like, day 3 of this draft sucks. They don't even have picks. And I'm sitting there like waiting for the draft to start, and they don't even pick for like another full round and a half. So,
well, I went to bed last night and I was like, I admit I was a little bit dreading today. I was like, this is going to be a grind. And I woke up for whatever reason. I was like, as soon as you and I were doing the show, especially, I was already like excited to do that show with you this morning. And then the first pick started. I was like, oh man, I'm missing it. Like I should be there. We should be already doing this show. So even though the Seahawks aren't picking, I have not been able to see because I've been running around. I want to go back and look. There's a bunch of guys that have gone off the board that are players I like and interesting. So like we got to catch up, dude. Let's.
Yeah, it's on my TV, but I have not like paid attention at all.
All right. So unfortunately, I haven't not been able to update my draft tracker because I've been doing all these other things. But let's do this. I'm going to share this. We're going to look through this together. Is that big enough that you can see it?
Let me make my screen bigger. See
Here, I'll make it even a little bit bigger. Is that?
Yeah, it's way better. That's way better.
Okay. So here is the 4th round. So Jermod McCoy finally goes first pick of the 4th round to the Raiders. And I almost feel like we should take a beat on Clint Kubiak, John Spytek, and what's going on in Las Vegas because their draft so far, Jeff, Fernando Mendoza, Traden Stukes, Kayron Crawford, Trey Zune, who's a center, Jermod McCoy, and we'll get to this in a second, Mike Washington Jr. They're kind of killing it, dude.
I was joking with Rob that I think Clint Kubiak reads his blog because they took all of his guys. They took Stukes, Crawford, and Mike Washington, who are like Rob's sort of day 2, day 3 favorites. And so getting McCoy in the 4th round was like the easiest risk reward pick ever. If it misses, who cares? And if it hits, even on one contract, incredible. But I think they've done it. The one thing I've been surprised is they haven't really added receivers for Mendoza. I've been a little surprised by that. There was
a good point
to do that. They could have taken Denzel Boston. They could have taken Surratt early in round 4. Mike Washington's going to be a backup for Genty. Like they haven't done that, but you look at all their picks, they're all logical. Like if you get McCoy and Stukes and those guys hit, that's a way better secondary than they've had. But the receivers aren't good to begin with, and they haven't done anything to help them.
It makes me feel a little bit. There's a little bit of validation in seeing Mike Washington in the 4th round. Like that's who I thought he was. So like I don't think he's a bad player. but I don't think he's a starting running back. Like I think it's a stretch that
Well,
he will be a starting.
To be a backup running back.
Exactly.
To a guy that got taken 6th overall last year. And Brady, if he's in the room near you, I put out a tweet after he got drafted, and Brady retweeted my thing and said, "You can see these guys were not legitimate RB1 options here."
Right. All right, so let's get back to it. So we're not going to take that much time on all these picks, but that one was a pretty important one. We've talked about Jermon McCoy for a while. 4th round, perfectly logical place to take a risk reward on a guy that's got some serious injury concerns. Jude Bowery, Boston College, goes to offensive tackle, goes to the Bills. Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida State goes to the Jets. Caleb Proctor, he's an interesting one. There's some people pretty high on Caleb Proctor as I think mostly a run stuffer. So I think that's a decent pick for the Cardinals. We'll kind of go through that in a bit. Brennan Thompson is the speedster receiver. He goes to the Chargers. And jump in here if there's some of these guys you want to specifically talk about. But Fabechi Nuwayu, guard from Oklahoma. Grayson Halton, a defensive tackle, goes to the 49ers. Now, Grayson Halton was on my big board relatively high. He was actually...
Hold on.
What?
The TV is saying 148 Seattle.
Oh, hold on. Indeed. I think so. I got the message from PR to wrap up with Mr. Graff.
Hold on, Seattle.
It is 148. The Seahawks are up in 3 picks.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Good thing we're doing this show. All of validation.
Let's go. What is the trade? Okay. We'll get back to catching up on that in a second. So
they've jumped into the 5th round.
Day 3 trades. I have not seen it yet.
No,
they have to have traded a 2027 pick, I think, as part of this. I'd have to assume.
Unless this is the Oluwatimi trade, but
yeah. I'm glad you brought that up because that's one of the things I was wondering about. So who did they trade with? Who had
another trade just happened too? The Saints just traded for Tyree Wilson.
Whoa. So who had 148? Chat's probably all over this. I should just be looking at chat.
I'm turning on my phone.
2027 4th round pick.
Really?
Whoa. That's a steep price for a
5th rounder.
That's the
cost.
Usually go ahead.
Usually you have to go up 1 round the next year, but maybe because they have 12 picks next year that they know they're getting a 4th round comp. That's a steep price. They
must really like somebody. Like this is probably why Schneider was so bummed on the first day, because they figured the guy they wanted was a 4th rounder and maybe he's still available.
What could this be?
See, I don't have my. Okay, I got to look at.
I don't want to look at my phone because it's going to get spoiled.
Well, no, I don't. I'm just trying to figure out best available. So if we're looking, it could be a guard, right? It could be Beau Stevens, could be Billy Schrauth. Those guys are there. Micah Morris is still there.
Like, Dennis Sutton is gone, so I don't think it's edge. Wow,
maybe Xavier Harris, defensive tackle. Josh Josephs is still there as edge.
He's still there. That could be an option. But are they trading?
Max Llewellyn is there as an edge. He seems like a Seahawk to me. I will say that.
That would not surprise me. He feels very Mike McDonald.
Kayshawn James Newby, I think he's a little bit later, but he had a visit with the Seahawks.
They've taken. You got to figure this is a trenches player.
It can't be a secondary player at this point. I think that's right. I would think it's a trenches player. I can't imagine it's a wide receiver. Don't think they'd go for a second running back, right?
There, but they don't need another DB.
Eli Heidenreich.
Abney's still there.
Yeah.
Beau Stevens would be interesting, but
I think it's going to be, if I had to guess.
Are you trading a 4th rounder next year for Beau Stevens?
If they think he's a starter.
Yeah, I guess if they think he's going to start at right guard next year.
I mean, most of the centers are off the board.
Yeah, Johnson's still there. I don't think they double up at running back.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Billy Schrouth or Beau Stevens.
Cool. Those Notre Dame linemen are just wow. Well, good thing we were just happened to be on. I would have been pissed if we missed this.
I know. It was so funny. Like I saw our PR rep, giving me the wrap up signal. I was like, oh, I wonder why that is. Why?
I saw at the corner. I'm like, did that say Seattle?
So we just talked to. Oh, it probably doesn't matter what area, but like,
imagine that happened during our interview. That would have been insane.
I don't think they would have let that.
No.
So we're one pick away. The Commanders are on the clock, and then the Seahawks are after them at 148. If we want to talk about these guys for a second, Jeff.
Well, they might have just got scooped, but
Josh Josephs goes.
They must have known that pick before they traded.
Do you think it's more likely they go for Beau Stevens, who went to Iowa with Mason Richmond, who they already clearly know the coaching staff and the line, and they like the line and who they do, or Billy Schrouth, who's Notre Dame, who played with Jadarian Price, and they also have a decent history with? Which do you think is most likely?
Beau Stevens, they had him for a visit, and he fits zone blocking so well. Schrouth might be more of a gap scheme power, but look, they're going to know that guy really well. They spent all that time studying Price. They're going to know him really, really well. Obviously, they had one of these guys as a day 3 level player. I mean, day 2 level player, I'm guessing, in their rankings to make a trade like this.
All right. Can you pause your TV or something? And I just scrolled up on chat, so I'm seeing old chat and not new, like whatever. I got that off.
Muted, turned off, paused my TV. So
all right. So will the pick's in? Let's see if it's I think it's going to be an offensive lineman. If it's not, I'm really curious, man. This is really.
They're not going to take another blocking tight end, are they? Like the whole league is gone with those.
And so if there was just a 4th round for next year, that means they still got their 2 picks in the 6th round, which is kind of fascinating.
Who made that trade with them? Do we know?
I have not seen that yet.
Yeah, I don't want to look at anything. Because they've taken corner, safety, running back. The one position would be edge, but it's been cleared out.
Yep.
I think it's got to be offensive line.
Well, I mean, it's Logan Fano's still there at edge, but I think you could potentially get him even later.
Who is best fit? Deion Burks or receiver is the best fit on this? Maybe it's not connecting to Seattle.
No, it is connected to Seattle, but I don't. For whatever reason, ESPN thinks the receiver's a need and offensive tackle's a need. So I would ignore that.
Anyone here that would excite you?
Is there what?
Anyone here that would really excite you?
Oh yeah, either of those offensive linemen, even the guards, would be really cool.
Yeah, I would be very on board with that.
And I know Rob would be too.
Yeah, Rob was talking about Beau Stevens at 64 in one of his mock drafts.
Rob says he's going to jump on after this pick.
Will either be a really good thing or a bad thing.
It'll be fun, man.
Sure the broadcast went to commercial. I wish they could have asked McVay about this.
Yeah. I haven't even seen anything that they've done yet because we didn't even get through the 4th round, man. We're already.
What did you think when Dunker went with the pick they traded out of? Were you a little annoyed by that?
Dunker went to the pick the Seahawks traded out of?
Yeah,
I wasn't annoyed, but I was never as high on Dunker as other. I loved the vibe of Dunker, but when I dug into his film and into his numbers, he's not as much of a slam dunk for this system and for what the Seahawks need. So, I mean, certainly looked like I
think people like
a Seahawk.
Longest 5th round pick ever.
All right, so here we go. Still not seeing the pick in yet. I'm trying to make sure I don't see or hear from anybody else. Let's see. Who do you think is going to be?
I think Beau Stevens.
I think so too. That's probably my best guess. Come on.
They're probably doing some like international announcement where some fan from Germany is.
Dude, I saw we were talking. Beau Stevens.
Oh, Stevens, let's go. Wow.
Let's do it. Let's go.
All right. The fact that me and you just accurately projected a 5th round pick, it's pretty wild.
That is so cool, dude.
Okay, hopefully that goes viral or something because that was awesome. Hell yeah.
I feel like a baby scout, like we kind of nailed that.
Florence, we are coming for you.
Here is my big board, and here is I'm gonna actually zoom out for a second. This is just who's best available. This is where Beau Stevens was on my entire board for the Seahawks. Ione, Pregnon, Shrouth, and Stevens. Those were the top matches. And then if you look at this guy, 6'6", 315, 5'3", 540. I don't have his 10-yard split on here. 28-inch vert, 102-inch broad. And his gap run block, like he's not a power blocker. That's not his thing. But zone block grade, 99th percentile. Run block grade, 98th percentile. His pass block grade, 100th percentile. Pass block efficiency, 92nd percentile. This is a guy that's going to compete for a starting role. Like he is a legit player to get in the 5th round. I think he's a great fit for the scheme the Seahawks run.
That is such an exciting addition to their draft. And it always felt like whenever I was trying to do scenarios, I was trying to figure out, okay, how do they get the guard in there? Because they had that hole in the 4th or 5th round, or if they took one in the day 2 or round 1, they had to shortchange another position. And without that trade down from 32, I can never make it work. And so having this is where the comp picks come in. And this is what the Jags GM said, because when you have comp picks coming, you can trade picks for key guys. And to me, this dramatically changes the look of their draft class. Like they needed a right guard on their team, and they have guys capable doing all those other guys, but Anthony Bradford, this guy's coming for you, man. This guy's coming. They're very different players, obviously. His
Josh
power,
Cashman is very excited somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, he just texted us, actually. I think he's like confused. Oh, he literally wrote, Anthony Bradford, your days are numbered. That's hilarious. I just literally said that on air. But yeah, like Anthony Bradford, whatever you feel about him, love him or hate him, this is the last year of his contract. And Seattle has a lot of money to give out. I think from the comments we've heard over the years, I think it's pretty unlikely that he's going to get extended. To start preparing for that already, that's a big deal. Not only could he win the job this year, but if this guy hits, that's your guard. And then you have one of the youngest cost-controlled lines. And so, this is very exciting on a number of levels. The player itself, the roster building, the team building, this is a big hole in their draft. I can't believe we hit that.
So a couple things here, man. First thing is your floor at right guard is a guy that started for a Super Bowl winning team and an offensive line that is ascending, that started to become one of the best run blocking outside zone teams in football over the last part. Like they were finding their stride. So that's your floor. And now you bring in a guy that will be part of a company. You already have all 13 of the offensive linemen you had last year, all the way through the practice squad, all those guys. And so now you bring in another guy who they feel strongly enough about to trade a 4th round pick next year.
Yeah.
To come up and get him. That's great. And the other thing I'll say here, Jeff, is I was just looking at his snaps. So he's primarily been a left guard, but if you go back to 2022, he played 384 snaps at right guard. So he has played both left guard and right guard. And you say Anthony Bradford's days are numbered. I will just say this. It's not just Anthony Bradford who's got to prove himself. Mason Richmond, Bryce Cable-Dew, those are guys they drafted last year. I love both those guys, and I'm high on both those guys. Beau Stevens is going to come in and compete with them as well. And Christian Haynes. I mean, Christian Haynes might be the guy who has the biggest potential risk of not making the roster because of this.
Yeah, it's a big blow to Christian Haynes. And really, this coaching staff wasn't around when Christian Haynes was drafted. John Benton has done a lot of evaluating. They drafted 3 offensive linemen last year, and this is the first one they've taken this year. They're very specific in what they look for. And I don't think we've said enough that they were able to retain John Benton again this year. And this, I'm guessing this guy had a low day 2 grade on their team, and they're probably surprised he was still there in the 5th round. And so, yeah, they've been very clear with what they're looking for. And for years, I've just been like, why can't we just get like an Iowa offensive guard? Like, why are we always chasing these like long, like, why can't, like, Christian Haynes went to UConn? Like, why can't we just get the guys from Iowa? Now they've got Mace Richmond. Last year we got Gray Zabel, who just like is everything about an offensive lineman. And like you said, yeah, Haynes has got a lot to deal with now. A lot of people were saying, they're not going to draft the guard because Bryce Cable-Dew is the guy there. I think this just keeps adding competition to the roster, and Zabel's going to be your left guard for a long, long time. He's a core player. If this guy can be your right guard, that has a chance to really elevate the offensive line. And people were wondering if like Jalen Sundell is going to have to switch positions or anything like that if they draft the center. Like Logan Jones went pretty high last night. It just fits so clearly in terms of their team building, in terms of the players John Benton has liked.
I got to go talk to Beau Stevens. You keep talking, dude. Keep going.
I will keep doing this myself. So I can't wait to hear what this interview is like when Brian gets back, because these Iowa offensive linemen are typically characters. And so, yeah, I'm going to try to pull up his page from The Beast. So The Beast is Dane Brugler's draft guide he does. And let's pull up this exactly thing. So he is coachability and maturity make up for a lack of length and standard athleticism. So he's not Gray Zabel in terms of his super athleticism. There's a reason he fell to the 5th round. But he was a 3-year starter. He's played left guard. Iowa runs a zone blocking scheme. So that's very clear in what they do. He eventually lost his starting job and was able to win it back. So here's a cool stat. He didn't allow a sack over the past 3 seasons. I'll say that again. He didn't allow a sack over the past 3 seasons. So let's compare that to Anthony Bradford, who was a pure, like, these guys just couldn't be more different. When Bradford was drafted in 2023 with Pete Carroll, he had like the high RAS score, super athlete. Like at his size, he can move very well. We never quite saw that because he came in overweight, but last year we really saw his power show up. This guy is probably the exact opposite. He doesn't have the athleticism profile, but no sacks in 3 years. So again, he's a physical player. He delivers pop in all contact and all phases, and he can generate movement as a run blocker. He needs to work on his pass protection, so he's going to have to deal with his athleticism and his lack of length, but his awareness and power in his hands give him a chance. Given his coachability, he can earn a backup role as a rookie and eventually push for starting reps. So that's kind of what I see. He's the exact opposite as Anthony Bradford in every way possible. He's not a super athletic guy. He's got a little bit ways to go, but I imagine as a coach, you're very excited. And they brought him in for the 30 visit. I don't know if that was a medical thing. I don't know if that was a get to know thing, but people really like this player. Like Rob Staton, who, again, I'm not a draft evaluator. I try to do the skill sets and figure that out. Rob spends hours and hours and hours watching college football. There was a mock draft Rob did in the last 2 weeks after I think Beau's visit that had Seattle taking Beau Stevens at 64. Now they just got this guy in the 5th round. And so you can hear probably the excitement in my voice because I figured today they're not going to pick in 4. They're not going to pick in 5. They're going to get guys in the 6th round who typically are special teams contributors or like high upside profiles. I figured I probably wouldn't know most of the guys that get taken today. And to take a guy that I would have been comfortable taking yesterday at any point in the 5th round at a position where if you heard me on the Thursday show, I hoped offensive guard was the position. To admit I was wrong on something. I said Emmanuel Pregnon, who didn't go till 88, I think, yesterday. So I'm glad John Schneider's the GM and not me, because the guy I thought at 32 didn't go to 88. But again, Dunker was a guy who a lot of people were bummed that they didn't take him at 96 yesterday and they traded that out. I think this eased the pain a little bit. And I think what Brian said is true. I think this is part of what made John Schneider probably so bummed, because we just got so anyway, I just got a text from Evan. He was wondering why me and Josh were excited. And so I had to answer that text. But yeah, so let's keep reading this thing. Beau Stevens was ranked 11th ranked guard on Dane's board. He was projected as a fifth, fourth rounder. So pretty much where they got him. Let's see where he was ranked overall. He was ranked about 137. So what pick did they just get him at? Let's see. Somewhere in that range, but a bunch of guys that were under him. Yeah, I think they did pretty well there. And so really, really good pick there. Like the fact that me and Brian, like in the 5th round over the years, I remember last year we were doing the show and they take Riley Mills. They traded for him. And they take Robbie Utes, who, funny enough, me and Brian discovered on the clock that he was switching to fullback based on his profile. Because when they saw they drafted a tight end who had like 10 career catches, we were definitely a little taken back. So again, obviously I'm sure some people will be like, why the hell did they trade away a 2027 draft pick? I will not be one of those people. They just got an offensive line prospect that has a chance to become a starter at right guard one day. That's as good of a use as a draft pick that we can do. And assuming that they just assuming that that guy can play. So let's keep trying to get some Beau Stevens information here. Yeah, everyone in the chat, I'm glad to see there's a lot of excitement right now with this. So let me pull up Lance Zerline's profile on Beau Stevens. Lance, again, does a great job with the NFL Network. And hopefully you guys can still see me while I'm switching between my tabs here, because I don't have the technology that Brian does. But let's read what we got here. So they see him in a similar level that he's going to start off as a backup, has the chance to develop into a starter. Yeah, Lance has the same kind of read on him. And that's very exciting. So, yeah, Lance grades him with good backup with the potential to develop into a starter. So almost the same. Pretty good production score. Okay, cool things here. First team Associated Press All-American. He was on the best offensive line in what's called the Joe Moore Award. Really good thing. And he started all 12 games in 2024 and all 13 games last year. So not a fast 40 time. He ran a 5.35, which for a guy his size is not the worst thing, but you're not looking for this guy like he's Gray Zabel. This is a high floor prospect that can play. So again, this kind of transitions well. Like, so all kinds of different things there. So that's really, really exciting pick. Let's pull up some comments here. Let's see how everyone's feeling about that. And yeah, a lot of things. Was there any Canadian internet issues? I'm sorry if there's Canadian internet. Brian's the one who holds the show. So let's go through a big picture right now. Going into this draft, we wanted them to do a bunch of things. Corner to replace Woolen. Some of us wanted that in the first round. We would have liked that as well. They got them in the 3rd round yesterday with Julian Neal. Okay, Rob is here. I'm going to add him to the stage.
Hey, how's it going?
Rob, Brian is currently on the conference call with Beau Stevens. So we actually called, I don't know if you're watching us, but we actually were hoping for Beau Stevens when they made the trade there. What I've been citing is, Rob, a couple weeks ago, if I'm correct, you had them taking him at 64 in one of your mock drafts. So where are you with that trade and the pick? Like, I imagine you're pretty excited.
Very excited. This is probably the most excited I've been since the draft started because, firstly, I wonder whether or not that visit, Jeff, that they had with Beau Stevens, because there's no character concerns at all with Beau Stevens. So I wonder if this was a medical thing that they wanted to check out, and that's why he's lasted to the 5th round, because there's absolutely no reason why Beau Stevens should last. I'm not suggesting he should have been the 50th overall pick or anything, but he shouldn't be here in round 5. So I think that they had a conviction on him. They felt pretty secure about where he was, that they can't believe that he's still there in round 5, and they've decided to be aggressive to go and get him, Jeff. And I like it when the team is aggressive to go and get somebody, and when they go and make the trade back in. One of the things we've seen with so many of these teams, even in the 2nd round, Jeff, is they're making picks that just leave you scratching your head. And you're hearing like the Jacksonville Jaguars GM made an argument that they took Nate Burkircher in the 2nd round because they anticipated a run on tight ends. So the whole reason that they took the tight end as early as they did wasn't necessarily because they had him graded in that range. They just didn't want to miss out on the tight ends that were available. So they just wanted to get the run going themselves. Like, that's how teams are viewing this draft. A lot of these teams, they're reaching. There's a lot of confusing picks being made. The Miami Dolphins took a receiver in round 3 who probably should have gone in round 7. There's all sorts of things going on here. And the Seahawks are just going through each pick and finding value. And in this instance, giving up a 4th round pick, which, touch wood, is going to be a late 4th round pick next year anyway, to go and get back into the top of the 5th round, to go and get some legit competition here for Anthony Bradford, for a player with the 3rd best zone blocking grade in the whole of the draft. Somebody who I did think legitimately could have been if not at 64, Jeff, that probably would have been gone by 75. To get him at pick 148, this is a tremendous value pick. Really, I can't praise the team enough for finding a way to get back into this round to go and get Beau Stevens. And like you and Brian, when they made the trade, my eyes were immediately drawn to that lone guard figure sitting there on my horizontal board of the day 2 grade. And when I saw it flash up on the screen on my laptop that it was Beau Stevens, I had to go and record a quick 4-minute video giving my reaction to it, because it was I think it's a great pick, and the Seahawks are knocking it out the park again. This is the 5th draft in a row where they've done it.
Guys, come on, let's just have a moment. All 3 of us were all like, this is a guy we really wanted. I don't know if you guys probably weren't able to hear his conference call, that we just had. I'm going to figure out if I can get it to play at some point on here for you, but people are going to love him. I mean, that like every time we talk about the player and then you talk about the person, and this is like this fusion that the Seahawks have found. He's talking about that he just loves running through guys' face. He wants people to like, he was asked, like, what does he mean by being a mauler? He's like, I want to break people's will to play. I want them looking down. I don't want them thinking about where the ball is. He's another guy that's getting married. It's unbelievable how many that's this trend. He's talking about Mason Richmond, who's going to be a friend for life and was a mentor for him, a big brother for him. He's played left guard and right guard. He talks about like in front side blocks on the left and backside blocks more on the right, but fine with either. The fact that the Seahawks traded up for him, traded a 4th round pick to get him. They said on the call with him, apparently, that he was staring at them on the board, and so they had to do something about it. Not only is it cool to have that player, but like Rob, especially for you, man, the amount of time you put into this, and to have a guy that we've all talked about, and kind of be able to think along with your team. There's something pretty gratifying about that, right?
Well, absolutely. That's the thing that I'm enjoying the most about the this half of a decade now, is that the picks make sense, Brian. Like, you look at the picks that they're making and you go, I understand the thought process. I understand why they're doing this. And there are so many teams in this draft in particular where I'm sat there going, I don't understand what the plan is here. I don't know why you're doing this move. And we have been there with the Seahawks. We had a period where the Seahawks, where you had to really challenge yourself to get around to the thinking whereby, okay, I can maybe reason with this decision, or I'm not sure about this decision here, and the team on the field is not representative of the team they say they want to be. And for 5 consecutive drafts now, every single pick that comes in, pretty much you go, okay, we've talked about this player. We know what this guy's about. I understand the fit. I understand the fit in terms of the playing style and the scheme. I understand the personality fit. Everything just works. To see them have the conviction to go and get an Iowa offensive lineman fills me with just great joy, because if you are going to draft offensive linemen, we all know the schools where it's best to draft them from. And Iowa is a production machine of guards. Now, not every single Iowa offensive lineman is going to be a great player, but the more shots you take on guards and offensive linemen from Iowa and Wisconsin and places like that, the chances are you're going to have a really physical, tough football team. So I had him. It wasn't the last mock that I did that included a second round, but the mock before that, so that would have been about 2 weeks ago. I had him at 64. I had him at the 64th pick, and they've got him in round 5. I was saying to Jeff before you sat down, Brian, that this is a guy who won. I forget the name of the award at Iowa.
Joe Moore.
He won the Hayden Fry Award twice for exemplary leadership and dedication on and off the field. So they didn't need to get him in for a visit for character concerns. They got him in for a visit probably to do a medical. And I have to imagine that there must be just something that has meant that he's not gone as high as perhaps we were expecting. But they clearly have conviction that he's going to be perfectly fine, that it's not an issue for them because they've traded back to go and get him. And I love that aggression to go and land this player now. And this all works out. It's not too unrealistic to dream now that he could be the future at right guard, and that you have 5 young, good offensive linemen to build around for the next half of a decade, and that the Seahawks could have one of the better offensive lines in the NFL during that period. What a thought that is.
Yeah. Can I show you? This is this is a private little tool I built, but this, I could run all these things against different things. This actually looks at college football players from last year eligible for this draft with a zone run block grade over 75 and a true pass set pass block grade over 70. So this is trying to narrow down to this guard specifically who fit the zone blocking scheme, but also when it's a known passing situation are good pass protectors. If you can get both those things, that's good. Number 1 on that list when you sort by zone blocking grades, Emmanuel, which we've all talked about as we would have been potentially excited at 32 if they hit him. Number 2 on that list, Beau Stevens. Number 2 on that list. And actually had a better pass block grade than Pregnon. So, I mean, this is pretty exciting. Kalen Rutledge got drafted much earlier. He's well down on this list relative to the guy that the Seahawks just added. So I think it's pretty exciting. And I think, Rob, you captured it pretty well.
And they will have a tool, I imagine, that's probably quite similar to this, Brian, in the building, in the draft rooms in Seattle, and they will be able to look at stuff like this, and that's helping shape their opinions. And as you've just pointed out there, he's right up there as a fit for this team, the kind of things that you're looking for. And that's why they'll have gone and thought, we're going to make a move for this guy. We're going to go and trade for him. And this is somebody, in the 5th round, it's not often you get a player in the 5th round. You say, this guy could start, this year. He could start, or not, if not this year, when Bradford contract comes to the end next year, he could be really in the mix to replace him. With a 5th rounder, it's not often you can have that conviction to say that this is really possible that he could be starting for you in this range of a draft. So especially a draft that's been a bit weird like this. It's exciting. It's an exciting time to be a really exciting time to be a Seahawks fan. And I don't know, Brian, you've got a big audience, so I'm just going to say this and hope that people are listening to this. If you are thinking of buying this football team, if you are sat watching this stream right now and you were thinking of buying this football team, my message all the way from England is you don't need to change anything. If you want to change the curtains, if you want to change the seating arrangements in reception at the VMAC, fine. If you want a different coffee machine, then that's your choice. But you don't need to change the people making the decisions at the top. You don't need to change anything about the personnel department. You don't have to change anything about the coaches or the people behind the scenes. This is working perfectly fine. And this franchise is doing things that I've just been on a Detroit Lions UK pod. And all they're asking about is, how did you do it? How did the Seahawks do it? How did they get there? And they want to be where we are. So you don't need to change anything. You're buying a ready-made product. All you have to do is come in and enjoy the ride, enjoy the journey. So that's my message. Don't change anything.
That's so crazy because it feels like 2 years ago or even last year, like the Lions were the team that like I wanted to be. And Rob, I don't know about you, I have hated their draft. Like it's so boring and low ceiling, and it's kind of like what happened to the team last year, where they're like you saw their like bits of it, but like they take the kid from Clemson at left tackle, and then they trade up for Derek Moore. It's been a bore, and like it feels like they've almost like switched roles.
Yeah, here's the Lions draft.
Blake Miller, Keith Abney they just took, which
in the 5th round. That's a decent pick with Abney.
Yeah.
I like Blake. I like Blake Miller. I think he could be good, but I don't. I think Caden Proctor was
he was
perfect.
just such like a team fit,
right?
And Derek Moore just seems like more of the same for them. Like they have a lot of those like high effort players that don't have enough pass rush to mix with Hutchinson, and they're missing that second pass rusher. And when they traded up, I was kind of relieved because I was worried Seattle was going to take him. It's crazy though that you say that, Rob, because it's just like that was the team when they were in the NFC Championship a couple of years ago and the Seahawks were floundering. I was like, God, I wish we had that team. And now it's switched in like 12 months.
It's such a great point, Jeff. It's such a great point. And Rob, I love everything you said there. And one of the things that's going to be interesting to look at this over the years is John Schneider's good buddy,
Billy Schrauth.
Jason Light in Tampa Bay takes Billy Schrauth. Literally, a handful of picks after they had taken Beau Stevens. So they took him at 148. Billy Schrauth goes at 160. So those two, in my mind, will be linked the same way that Tutu Atwell and D. Eskridge were linked, the same way that some of these others, same player, roughly the same role. Seahawks had a choice. What did they do? And Schrauth was actually higher on my big board. And again, this is not like Rob who does all the evaluations. This is a algorithmically generated big board, but it does take my input into what I think matters for the Seahawks. But Beau Stevens was a guy I felt like made so much sense for so long for this team. So let's catch up a little bit on what's going on in the draft because we have been behind, man.
We were doing Rob, we were doing like 4 picks, and then I'm like, does it say Seattle on the TV?
Yeah.
And so we're not even close.
I looked up, I was doing the Lions thing, and I'd agreed to do like 15, 20 minutes with them, and it said Seattle. And I was like, oh, I've got to go. Like they're about to pick now. So it was like quickly, hastily wrap that up and get out of there because it was so unexpected. But what a nice surprise.
So did you see the pick on TV, or were you able to see it?
Wait, hold on. Emmett Johnson goes to the Chiefs. So they add Ken Walker, Amari DiMercato, and Emmett Johnson. I love the running back group in Kansas City. Sorry, go on.
That's a good value. I like you were talking about the Bucs a minute ago. I think the Bucs are having an absolute home run of a draft, by the way.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about physical, tough players, just ticking every box that you want. Of all the teams, this is the thing I was saying to another stream I was on earlier, was that you look at some of these teams and it's like they've not paid any attention to what worked for the Seahawks. Like and the Bucs have looked at the Seahawks and gone, yeah, okay, what can we learn from them? They just won the Super Bowl, and they've gone and drafted players that you could easily. I could imagine all of those players. I loved everyone loved Reuben Bain, but Josiah Trotter loved him. Ted Hurst, a very good player. Keontae Scott, violent, just like Trotter and Bain. DeMonte Capehart, really underrated player. There's something there. There's a player to unlock with him. Billy Schrauth, I had him in the 3rd round. They get him in the 5th just because of the injury history that he's got. That is a fantastic draft from the Bucs. So it won't be surprised. Maybe this is quite early to make a prediction. Don't be surprised if they might end up being one of the teams that the Seattle is eyeing up when we get to December, saying like they're a legit contender with us to get to another Super Bowl. They could put themselves in position to have a strong season.
Okay, they look like what's that?
That with Todd Bowles.
Well,
it's a fair point. It's a fair point. But they looked like Super Bowl contenders when they came to Seattle, even though Seattle was missing a lot of defenders that game. No one tends to bring that up other than us. They looked fantastic, especially offensively, and they just fell off.
To Rob's point, John Schneider and Jason Light are very good friends, and I think Tampa I don't think they have a very good coaching staff. I think it's one of the worst coaching staffs in the league. But their drafting has been really good for a long time. They don't take a lot of risks. They're very consistent in what they do. Like, I remember Rob loved Ekbuka last year. Like, that was the guy Rob did a lot of work. Like, they've been a good drafting team, especially with offensive linemen, for a long time. It's just, I don't think I was at the Tampa Atlanta game where they blew up on Thursday Night Football last year when I was in Florida, and they just had no talent left in the back seven. And they had a really rough free agency this year, and so this draft is a big deal for them.
The Cowboys are one of the other teams I think you got to watch out for.
I would agree with them.
I just saw that they got Deven Moore, who I love for the Seahawks. I'm not sure he's a great fit. I don't know what system they run down in Dallas, but I thought he was a great fit for the Seahawks. But Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, I'm not as big of a Barham guy. I like Barham actually better than Moore personally, but wasn't big on either of the Michigan edges. But I love Deven Moore. I think it's one of the better drafts out there.
I'd agree with that. I think that they are a sneaky team on that you don't quite know what to expect from them. There's a level of competence within the roster and a measuredness amongst the coaching staff that you think they could be reasonably decent. But there's just something about the Cowboys that you have to see it to believe it, don't you? You need to see them playing at that level where they have reached a few times over the last 15 years where all of a sudden they're a 12-win team and they look really, really good. And then it just sort of falls apart when they get to the playoffs. But you kind of need to see that first 6 weeks of the season for them. What Dallas Cowboys team are we going to get? If they can bring it all together, then they've got enough talent to be a really dangerous team.
Oh my gosh. There's some honestly, Rob, I have not seen any of these picks because we've been talking to area scouts. We've been all this stuff. So I have not seen Keontae Scott to the Bucks is pretty great in the 4th round. Crazy. Elijah Surratt to the Ravens in the 4th round. That seems like a really good value. Wesley Williams, all the way up this high. I think all of us were pretty high on him. This is higher than I thought he was going to go to the Jags. But then Dennis Sutton. He is such a Green Bay Packer pick, isn't he?
Wesley Williams, I had him in the 3rd round purely because the tape was so good. You just needed that bit of athletic validation that the 10-yard split at the pro day gave. So that I think that's a really good pick there by the Jaguars. Dennis Sutton, it's a classic example. He and Joshua Joseph should not have lasted to the range that they did, and they did because you've got to put your best foot forward, guys. And they just didn't do that. The last 2 years, the tape and the personality, it is a job. It's a job interview for basically the last couple of years in college going into the draft season. You have to play the game a little bit here. And neither of those players did. They had no business being available in round 4, round 5. And I hope it works out for them. I hope they can maybe learn from this because they're both too good at players to last that long.
Yeah. And for Wesley Williams to go ahead of Dennis Sutton is pretty wild. Mike Washington, we talked about that a little bit earlier too. The Raiders, who I think have had a really, really nice draft. Malik Muhammad, I was not as high on Malik Muhammad, but there he is. Will Lee, a lot of people are excited about him, goes to the Panthers. I think the Panthers have done all right. I want to check their draft. Bryce Lance goes to the Saints. I think the Saints are a sneaky team. Honestly, in the NFC. And then the other Washington corner, Prysock goes pretty early, man. I didn't think he was going to go in the 4th. Rob, where did you have Prysock?
You're saying the Niners took someone way too early. You're saying that.
I didn't even see who it was to. Oh, my God. Yeah.
I had him in the 4th.
Okay, you did have him first.
Because he's tall, long, and fast. And there were some positives on tape there. He's a player who's going to need some development, but I thought that was kind of about the range that he was going to go.
I'm taking a quick look since it's a 49er pick. Prysock is 21st on my board at corner. Not a good run defender. No, his runs. Actually, no, he's fine as a run defender. I think his man coverage grade was where he fell off a little bit. 65th percentile there.
I wrote down only 1 interception in 2025, and it was a gift.
Yeah.
And he only had 2 in his college career. He missed 6 tackles, which was about 10.2%. Shown he can run across the middle and stick in coverage. Run defense was good, 82.3. Has a competitive edge, but his backpedaling, his transition is labored at times.
So his consensus 144. So this is not a big reach, but so I was wrong, I guess there. Colby Young.
Can't let facts get in the way of a good story.
Fifth round, Kamari Ramsey. Sam Hecht was a guy that was connected with the Seahawks. He goes a little bit earlier. And then we get the Beau Stevens pick. Josh Joseph, you just mentioned. Zakee Wheatley goes to the Panthers. Jaden Duggar. Any thoughts on him to the 49ers, Rob?
Not somebody that I actually ended up studying, which shows that I would probably consider that a bit of a reach, because what I tend to do is go through the consensus top 300 players, and I got to 270. There was sort of 2 or 3 that I just didn't think it was worth studying. There were tight ends that I didn't want to dig into, so I just think the Seahawks were going to go there, and I've only got so much time. I didn't get around to him, so I'm probably not going to go back and study him. So I can't give an opinion on that, but he's there.
Here's some numbers on him as a linebacker at LA Lafayette, at least is what it's telling me. 45th percentile coverage grade, 36th percentile defensive grade, 29th percentile run defense grade, but 96th percentile run stops. So seems like a solid guy in that regard, although his run defense grade is very bad, and a lot of tackles. So
have you noticed that there's a lot of smiling going on in the Niners room? And I just feel as if it's a little forced, as if they are noticing the kind of blowback that maybe McVay's getting here, because they've just traded down and down and down. And you look at their class, and they've drafted some players. I think Grayson Holton's a reasonable player. I like Carver Willis. I like Ephesians Prysock in that kind of range. But it's very hard to look at that draft class and think, that's it. That's the Niners closing the gap on the Seahawks. The Seahawks didn't just beat the Niners at the end of last season twice. They hammered them, absolutely kicked their ass for 2 games. And this draft class combined with what they did in free agency, what's Kyle doing? Like, why is he allergic to building a strong offensive line? And why are they picking players on the defensive line that are nowhere near when they built that amazing defensive line that enabled them to dominate the NFC for a while? Why are they going against the kind of players that they added there to draft very different body types, very different stylistic players to build a defensive line that, even after all of this investment with the draft picks, is still solely, completely reliant on the health of Nick Bosa? There's no other difference maker on this defensive line, and their offensive line is being held together by a near 40-year-old Trent Williams who looked his age at the end of last season. It's just very confusing to know what the Niners are doing here.
So,
by the way, real quick, Jeff, I this is to get the story back on track. Jaden Duggar, consensus 297 on the big board.
Well, Rob was right. So John Lynch is taking a very similar path to what happened to John Schneider during that really cold spell. And there was the Scott McLuhan theory all those years that Scott left, and now this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Well, let's put out another conspiracy theory. Adam Peters was the guy who John Lynch pulled from Denver when he got hired because he didn't have the scouting background. And since Adam Peters has gone to Washington, Commanders aren't exactly world beaters over there, but their drafts have taken a nosedive. And I wonder how important Adam Peters was to their pro personnel in college.
It's a great call.
Because
it's a great call.
And I know, like Rob and me talk about like Rob Stats Guerrera. He was getting very offended by that narrative, but I think there's some reality to it. John did not have that there. They seem kind of lost as an organization because every year in the draft, I'm just confused. It seems like they're like last year, they way overcorrected trying to fix their run defense, and they didn't really do anything else. And they passed on a lot of talented players. And in the end, what happened? Seattle ran the ball all over them. And Mykel Williams was out, so he's a really good run defender. But what they're doing this year, I saw the clip Rob was talking about where they asked him about the Ty Simpson pick, and they were kind of laughing. But then they showed Shanahan last night when they took Stripling, and he looked furious. Jed York was like hugging everyone, and so
there was one clip, Jeff, where a reporter asked John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, why did you take this player instead of that player? And John Lynch goes, blah, 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 we did this, and we thought this, and we thought this, we thought this. And have you got anything to add, Kyle? And Kyle Shanahan just goes, no, you covered it all.
This is the 49ers draft. I like Grayson Halton. I think Grayson Halton in the 4th round is a good pick.
I tweeted out to add to that. I tweeted out that was the most Niners sensible move of the whole draft so far.
But you,
And I
but
like Stribling. I just don't like him at 33.
That was the problem.
The Holtons and the Willises and the Prysox, if you add them to, we got great value in rounds 1 and 2 and 3, then it looks like a great draft class. When you are, I really like Deshaun Stribling, but do I like him enough to take him with the first pick of the second round? No. Romello Height, a 225-pound edge rusher. You know, Kalen Black, who I had as a 6th round pick, and they get him in round 3. You know, if you don't nail the first few picks, it's quite hard then to turn around afterwards and go, hey, I really like Grayson Holt and Carver Willis and Avicii and Prysock here, but I don't like your earlier picks. And of those, you know, it comes a bit like, I really like Malik Mustafa when they drafted him. But the players they drafted before him, I didn't like. You can't hang your hat on Malik Mustafa. You know, you've got to hit on those early picks. And for whatever reason, maybe Jeff's right, maybe it's Adam Peters leaving, they just aren't getting it done. And that is what they did so well in the past. They were hitting on those blue chip players. They were finding the top players, the stars, who were turning them into the toughest team in the NFC. And they're not the toughest team in the NFC anymore. Far from it.
Yeah, I compared it to the 2017 Seahawks draft. And looking at that list, it feels very similar.
Look at their draft last year. Is this large enough for you guys to be able to see it, or should I make it bigger?
I can see it.
All right. So, I mean, I liked their draft last year. I did. I thought, Micah Williams was never a guy I was big on. I didn't think he was worth 11th overall pick, but fine. He's a young edge, whatever. Run defense was a big problem for them. Alfred Collins and CJ West, I thought were good picks. I thought Nick Martin was an interesting pick. That turned out to be pretty bad. Upton Stout was a favorite of mine. Jordan James in the 5th, I thought was good. Marcus Siegel was a guy that honestly had athletic profiles similar to Nick Emanwari. Connor Colby was a guy we had talked about, right, as another zone like guard option. I thought last year's draft was okay. It has not necessarily worked out so well so far. It's just 1 year, but like Stout, Collins, maybe I don't know. I don't know what they're going to get out of it. I think Siegel's got a chance.
Michael Williams, I didn't understand a lot of the hype with him a year ago.
Yeah.
And Alfred Collins was a big-bodied run defender who some people loved, but some people love Lee Hunter this year as well. And I kind of put themselves both in the same bracket of players I think just a little bit overrated. And you look at your first 2 picks, and then you look at the year earlier, it's Ricky Pearsall and Renardo Green. That's your problem. Like you're not. Where's your Byron Murphy? Where's your Gray Zabel? Where's your Jackson Smith and Jigba? You know, they're not finding those players. Seattle are finding those players. And lo and behold, the Seahawks are the NFC champions and the Super Bowl champions, and the Niners aren't.
Yeah, part of my reason I'm pulling this up is I found myself like being annoyed when I saw some of the players coming off the board to the 49ers last year, like Upton Stout, like CJ West, like Siegel. And I was a little annoyed when like Dominic Pooney. I was like a big Dominic Pooney guy. I liked him more than Christian Haynes. I was pretty clear on that. And so and Malik Mustafa. We all liked Malik Mustafa. Even Jacob Cowing, I kind of liked at receiver, right? There were some guys. I look at their draft this year. I like Stribling, but I'm not jealous that they got him at 33. And I'm not really jealous. I'm not looking at any of these guys and like, dang, man, that was one of my favorite players.
No. And I can't help but feel it's going to be more of the same for the Niners, and they're going to be relying on Kyle's scheming and Brock Purdy's play, and whether Nick Bosa and Fred Warner can stay healthy, and whatever happens to George Kittle, if he's going to come back and get back from this Achilles injury. But that's a question mark for them. So they're going to be relying on the things that they've been relying on for a couple of years now. And as we saw last season, you can have a great season with some of these pieces working for you, and a good head coach who's a good play caller. But they do not have enough these days to go the distance. Like they to me would struggle again based on their off season to overcome the Rams and the Seahawks in the playoffs if it comes to that. And maybe there's 1 or 2 other teams they would as well. So I still feel this is a managed decline from the Niners.
You guys see Jalen Kilgore just went to the Bills.
That's another. I like that pick. That's another team I've really not liked their draft.
No.
I'm gonna be. I think they're among San Francisco and Jacksonville for my least favorite drafts.
Yeah. I mean, I like Davison Igbinosun. I didn't love him. I thought like he was a developmental. He's kind of like Julian Neal, to be honest, like a bigger physical corner, has some work to do, but I actually like Julian Neal's.
Oh, Brian, I'm sorry.
Ah,
oh no.
You know what? This is a little validating. It's a little validating. I'm going to admit that because
traded up to make that pick. They're showing it on TV now.
I feel like nobody was talking about Kendrick Law.
Oh, that's wild.
And one of the things I love about Kendrick Law, because I have this thing I want for the Seahawks. I want them to have one of those guys that can take short passes and take it a long distance, yards after catch, easy, high percentage throws, and just kind of a cheat code guy. It's a specific thing. But Kendrick Law, I think there's a chance he also could play some running back. They use him a little bit out of the backfield at times. He's over 200 pounds. And I mean, he's the same weight as what Jadarian Price weighed at the combine. I really like Kendrick Law. I think going to the Lions and being with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jameson Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's kind of fun. If he's going to go anywhere at Seattle, I think I can handle it being Detroit.
I think that one's my fault because I criticized their draft. I sort of willed it against you.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I had him as like a hopeful 6th round pick, and for him to go in the 5th round, it's not like he went in the 3rd. He's like toward the end of the 5th round, but that's still cool.
Yeah, but you sent me a text in like February. And we were just getting into the draft, and you're like, watch this guy. I'm like, dude, I don't even know like the top 20 players are. I'm like, how did you find Kendrick Law? So, Brian, maybe you're going for Ryan Florence's job. Who knows? But
no, they're showing highlights now. Watch this guy. He's not a route runner. He is not a route runner. But watch him when he gets the ball in his hands. Like, they're showing these deep passes. That's not what you got to show yards after catch with this guy. That is when he's special.
And on ESPN.
There's in the backfield. Now watch this. Look at this guy. Come on. He's got a little Jahmyr Gibbs in him. A little bit.
Yeah, why are they showing him on deep routes?
No, now they're showing him swing pass. There we go. This guy is a bubble screen, flat, like electric.
And the Seahawks have been trying with those other kind of guys they've had. They had the guy Laviska Shenault a couple of years ago who turned out to be a pretty big disaster. They did a bit with Derek Young, and D. Eskridge was supposed to be that guy. They never really found this guy yet.
Jeff, you're 100% deflating my balloon because you're right. I'm in love with this style of player, and it has not worked out for the Seahawks.
I'm just wondering where you're seeing these highlights because I've got the TV on and it's Michael Keaton high-fiving people as he announces a pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So
oh, I was
very different view here.
You're probably watching NFL Network.
We have both ESPN and NFL Network, or the Seahawks have ESPN and NFL Network.
Michael Keaton.
Yes, I'm watching that now too.
They've had like 100 picks so far, the Steelers, and they give him the 160.
I know. So you think they'd get him on for one of the earlier picks?
Yeah, that's a pretty big star.
So we are at pick 170. Is that right?
Yep.
So the Seahawks pick next at pick 188. Guys,
range.
What are you looking for? Is Rob? I got to go with you first. What are you looking for? And then Jeff, like if it's not player, position. What are you guys looking for?
Well, on the board, you know, I'd be interested in Hezekiah Masters, who's still there.
Yes.
I'd be interested in. I think you could take a flyer on a Jordan Vandenberg as he's kind of like Riley Mills light, very athletic, just a player that for about 4 years in college has promised to be something and never really materialized. But if you just watch the highlights of his pass rushing ability, there is something there waiting to be just brought to life. So he could be an option there. They brought in Brandon Cleveland for a visit, so he could be on their radar. There are, the Mason Rieger being an interesting pass rush flyer. James Newby, who they had him for a visit, still there. I don't know if that's just a priority free agent kind of thing, but in the 6th round, you might be looking at those kind of players. He's very quick. Who else? I mean, like, there's still a few, like Brian Parker, Micah Morris, offensive linemen are still there. There are some interesting players still on the board.
Andre Fuller.
I think I've got a 4th round grade on him. I was mightily impressed by him. I thought he was better than I expected him.
Would they double up on running back? Would they go Chip Trey on him?
What about Katron Allen?
Katron Allen's still there. Good point. I think both Penn State backs are there, aren't they? Kayshawn James Newby. Kayshawn James Newby. They had a visit with.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he's the fastest max speed of all the pass rushers that were eligible. So
Max Llewellyn's still there too.
I've been pretty excited about him. He's a low athletic profile, but his technical skills, to me, he's one of those guys that people could look in years back and they're like, how did this guy last this long? I could see him being a 7 to 8 sack a year guy. It's going to sound crazy. I'm probably going to look like an idiot, but I love his film, man. He's a very technically refined pass rusher for a college football player.
He's got something to him, and I'm going to dig the notes out because I'm sure there was something interesting about him.
What about Garrett Nussmeier? Would you take him?
I love that question, Jeff.
Llewellyn's run grade. That was the weird thing. Have you seen that, Brian? Like, his run defense grade was surprisingly poor.
Was it? All right, I'll put
the worst, I think, of all of the big name ones. It's like 56.5, and you're like, he plays for Iowa. How can that be?
I was gonna say that goes against everything Iowa, like a white Iowa player, stands for.
Yeah, it's true. His run stop rate, 2nd percentile. His run defense grade, 9th percentile. It's true. I hadn't seen that. That's not good.
Would you take I don't have any problem with this. A flyer on a quarterback in round 6 to me is like, well, why not? If you think the player's got something there, and you've still got Nussmeier, Taylor Green, and Cole Payton, you've got something about them. Behren Morton, some people think he's pretty decent. Like, what if you think there's a chance? Like, why not take a flyer? I mean, the 6th round pick might not make the roster anyway.
If Garrett Nussmeier, so Garrett Nussmeier, I'm higher on him than I was on Ty Simpson. I'm just gonna be honest, and again, I'm putting out all these potentially ridiculously stupid perspectives, but I'm not gonna hide from what I think. So, how amazing would it be if the Seahawks take Nussmeier in the 6th round, and he ends up being better than Carson Beck or Ty Simpson?
Yeah,
come on.
LSU were the worst coached team in college football last year. And he played with an injury as a consequence of that because the offensive line was an absolute disaster. He had no chance. There were a couple of players for LSU who were completely spoiled by the terrible coaching of Brian Kelly and his staff last year. And it's costing him. But he had as many pro-level throws in 2024 as any quarterback in college football. There is a player in there, so...
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, Drew Lock's got another year, but only one more year, and I don't think it would be a threat to Jalen Milroe. Maybe I'm just too in the bag for Jalen Milroe, but I think it would be with an eye on next year, and what comes after that, because you might have a situation where you got Milroe and Nussmeier developing behind Darnold.
Well, we were once told that John Schneider wants to take a quarterback every year. By John 100,000 times, and he's only really taken like 2 or 3 quarterbacks. So maybe that they finally got the roster at the place he wants it to. Maybe they could actually start doing that, because this is what Green Bay did years and years and years ago, where they got Mark Brunell and Matt Hasselbeck. This is the round they would take these guys. And so if they truly do believe that, the other list of names we were going through and Rob was going through, not exactly the who's who of the draft. Like Logan Fano's brother still, or Logan Fano. He's still there. But Garrett Nussmeier's dad is the offensive coordinator with the Saints.
He went to my high school.
Yeah, I'm curious if this pick is him.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
Well, his dad's the OC. Kellen Moore calls the plays, but Doug Nussmeier is...
There's nothing quite like having the boss's son hanging around in the building, is there?
Yeah.
Don't say anything about the offensive coordinator. The boss's son sat over there.
There's other guys named Schneider in the Seahawks scouting department.
What about? Okay, I'm going to throw something out here that no one else is going to throw out there. What about a kicker?
Hey, they should wait till next year. There's a great kicker for Ole Miss. It's the first ever time that I've had a kicker on my watch list for the next year.
Why do you have him on your watch list?
Because he's that good. Like genuinely, he's. Let me dig it out. Let me get his name.
ESPN board only has 5 kickers ranked. Rob, did you do the scouting on Trey Smack?
I want my kicker to be named Trey Smack. I don't care how good he is at kicking. Give me Trey Smack. That's all I need to know.
Trey Smack. The player that I'm thinking of is called Lucas Carnero from Ole Miss, who is really good. So
Nope, did not take Nussmeier.
Why is Lorenzo Styles a name that's on my mind?
Sonny Styles' brother.
Oh, okay.
Tape appalling. Purely a special teams player.
Okay, all right.
What's New Orleans draft been like?
All right, let's pull it up.
That's interesting, but I feel like they've had a weird draft.
So New Orleans, I mean, they got a little fortunate. Jordan Tyson lasting as long as he did. 8th pick, but Christian Miller, some people top defensive tackle, depends on who you talk to. Bryce Lance in the 4th round feels like a good value.
Seems okay.
Would you not have wanted to go Bain there? You've Cam Jordan's moving on.
Yeah.
Didn't it just feel like a great spot for Ruben Bain? And then if you get Bain and Miller to reinforce your trenches there, that'd look a lot better to me, I think.
The thing is, though, Rob, and this is one of the things I've shared probably too many times with people who've been watching the show, but there's this crazy thing about the Saints that their defense was actually pretty freaking good last year. And their offense is what was struggling. So
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had the same reaction when he told me.
I know. Here, I'll bring it up again. So this is stats.hawkblogger.com if anyone wants to check for themselves. But this is the offense and the offense left side, defense right side. And their ranks are here. So offense 27th in EPA per play, defense 10th. Success rate, offense 25th, defense 9th. Yards per play, offense 27th, defense 6th. That was crazy to me how good. And you get to their run defense. It's pretty freaking good. Now, they lost to Demario Davis and they lost Cam Jordan, 2 like KG vets, right? So maybe that's enough to make it not so anymore, but it did surprise me. It's not something I paid attention to last year at all. So
we are 15 picks away.
So Jeff, which position would you be most excited about if you have a player, feel free to call them out, but who would you be most excited about with the next pick?
Like at this point, like they should take a flyer and edge because they haven't touched that position. But like I just don't know like really where that slots in because you kind of have Connor O'Toole and you kind of have Jared Ivey. They need that like guy in the middle who can play. So that's typically the position where like day 3 you might find a guy. So I would just keep throwing bodies at it. But if you're an edge going in day 6, it's a lottery ticket. You're not exactly statistically going to do very well. And so that's the one position I'm sure at some point they wanted to hit here. But I'm guessing Dante Fowler or Von Miller, if they circle back, will end up on the Seahawks. Probably Dante Fowler based on the visit. But
can I throw a question your way, both of you? Mm-hmm. So what do we think the chances are of something kind of interesting happening either in the summer camp, maybe as late as the deadline? That goes back to what we were speaking about yesterday about them having a lot of picks. A lot of these players are potentially not going to be making the roster next year if they have like 11 picks now, or can maybe get some more. We know they were quite aggressive before the last trade deadline, and they got one deal done, and it sounds like they were sniffing around Max Crosby as well. What do we think? Because after this draft, all the picks reset. And instead of you going to teams and going, we've got the 32nd pick, and there's like 10 teams in front of you that have got better option than you, everything resets after this. Everybody wants part of the 2027 draft class. Like everybody wants the picks in that draft. They don't want them in this draft. It almost balances out the value of your stock in relation to everybody else's. Now, obviously, your first round pick versus, say, the Cleveland Browns is going to be different. You know, the expectation the Seahawks will have a better season. But your pick is not definitely weaker in values compared to, say, the Rams or the Ravens at this point, or the Eagles necessarily, or the Chiefs. So it does balance things out a bit more. So what are the chances of them saying, in a few weeks' time, in a few months' time, let's go and make that big splash to get another edge rusher in here?
Well, one of the things that makes me realize I had forgotten about this was I thought that if there was going to be a trade, you know, for like Max Crosby, it would have been day one, right? It would have traded because the Raiders would have wanted a first round pick for this year. But I don't know, man. Maybe post June 1st, maybe maybe there'd be more likelihood of one of those deals getting made. I don't know, Jeff. What do you think?
I think it's something to keep your eye on because, look, we know they've tried to get Crosby last year, and they tried to get him, from what we understand, multiple times. And I think with the Raiders, they're probably going to put the thing on hold and see how it goes. But, like, let's just talk about Crosby alone. If they start out 1-6 or something, or things are not going well, I think that gets revisited pretty quickly. And if Seattle still has the same problem they had this year, where they're good but not great, and they have a couple expiring contracts that the Raiders might be interested in, yeah, maybe this comes back. But yeah, I think that is an option. Like, I think Dante Fowler, just because of the ties to Aiden Dirty, is just a logical signing. But
Yeah,
I don't think Dante Fowler moves the needle. I think at best he's similar to Boye Mafe.
Did I talk to you guys about, like, I was not high on Dante Fowler. Did I share with you when I started looking at his numbers compared to the Seahawks edge rushers last year, what I found?
I've seen these numbers that you're referring to. Yes, it's quite impressive, isn't it?
He has the highest pass rush win rate of any. He would from last year have been the highest pass rush win rate of any of the Seahawks edge rushers. The highest true pass set pass rush win rate of any of the Seahawks edge rushers, including Boye, including DeMarcus Lawrence. And then I looked at Von Miller and I looked at Cam Jordan. They were at like sub 10%. Like their win rates actually matched what I thought they were last year. Like their sack numbers shocked me when I saw Von Miller and Cam. I was like, okay, maybe they still got more juice than I thought. But their win rates look like old, washed up guys. Dante Fowler might be an upgrade at the fourth edge spot compared to Boye Mafe. I don't think he has like a future growth higher than Boye Mafe, but I don't know, man. I think
when you look at those numbers, it definitely makes you think like that makes a lot of sense. The familiarity with the coaching staff, the production that you spoke of there at a much more discounted price, the fact that it's still available going into Monday when the comp picks are not going to be affected, it all just is you're ticking every box on you. So it would make perfect sense to go and get him in. I've just got this feeling like the Seahawks are in their window now, aren't they? And we know how aggressive they are. And it doesn't have to just be Matt Crosby. Like if the season starts and you are a team that is struggling, and maybe you are in the quarterback market and you think we could do with some extra stock here, or we're facing I think there's possibly, because if the 2027 draft class has got as much hype about it as it has now in October, you just wonder if teams are going to be thinking, okay, we want to get as many picks as we can. We're going to be creative here. We're going to be willing to do deals. Look at the trade deadline last year where Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner are going, as well as almost Max Crosby. I think it could be a very interesting period. I just wonder if sometime between now and whenever the deadline is, if the Seahawks do something pretty interesting.
Brady Henderson alert. So can I show you guys something? This is that same little prospect explorer I was showing you before. And this is for edge rushers. And I set a few specific things. Pass rush win rate over 14%, true pass set pass rush win rate over 14%, and run stop percentage over 7%. So good pass rush is not great. 14 is not like elite, but it's decent. And run stop percent. So it's got small school guys, big school guys, whatever. But there's some names on here that are still available. Nadeem Tucker from Western Michigan. I think he's like 26. Rob, you tell us more about him. Kayshawn James Newby, who we talked about, had a 36 point. So Nadeem Tucker had a 39% win rate and a 10% run stop rate. Kayshawn James Newby had a 37% pass set win rate, 8%. And then you scroll down a little bit further and you get to Logan Fano, who had a 25.5% true pass set and a 7.1. These guys, like some of their numbers, like that's ahead of Zion Young, that's ahead of some other players, because I think they need a guy that's like Kayshawn James Newby's numbers are above Ruben Bain. I'm not saying he's better than Ruben Bain. I'm just saying, like, comparatively, like you see David Bailey up here. Any of those, like those three guys, maybe Nadeem Tucker, Newby, Fano.
Well, that's the thing, is that, you know, this is why you have these kind of models. It's interesting. Everyone's looking for that value in this kind of range, and it's hard to find them. So information like this can help point you in the right direction to see who could be the diamond in the rough. And I'm looking at my notes for Tucker. I said, look, had 3 years at Houston where he didn't do anything before he headed to Western Michigan. Is that why the production suddenly jumped up? Inside counter is effective, shows off his agility. Competition is what it is, but he showed an effective straight arm to beat the tackle. At his size, that's quite impressive. Playing in space, being allowed to rush forwards without needing to engage worked for him. Could be an effective Samara situational rusher. Will test tackles to the outside shoulder, wants to get there quickly before the set. Once he reaches the outside shoulder, he'll rely on his superior quickness to bend to the QB. Has surprising power for his size, and an arm over from the wide alignment can be effective. So, and the pass rush win percentage is really impressive. It's nearly 30%. So, he's worth in the 6th round. He's worth a flyer, and you know, he's not somebody that you want to take, you know, in the 3rd round or anything. But now, you know, we're talking about a 6th round flyer here, so it definitely should be considered.
All right, so here are some super chats. I think Rob's gonna head out here in a little bit. We got the trade. We know about that. Noah Berman has been a member for over 2 years. Says one of the best parts of this draft has been watching Grant Cohn absolutely melt down because of the Niners draft.
Yeah, I was watching some of those videos earlier today. Yeah,
that's pretty funny. Eli Heidenreich, the Kirkland brand McCaffrey. You're not high on him, right?
No, I just think he's a slot receiver. I think he's going to, when you watch him, for me, he had the skill set that would make him an ideal receiver convert and special teams dynamo. I don't necessarily think he sticks at running back.
Oh, there goes Masses.
That's the Raiders. The Raiders are picking everybody.
Raiders are killing it, dude.
The Raiders are picking everybody who, I feel like there's about 6 players that we've talked about from the Seahawks point of view that have ended up with the Raiders. Now, maybe that's a pure coincidence, or maybe it is something to do with Clint Kubiak heading over there. But that's a good.
I really liked Masses tape.
Yeah, big fan. I had a 3rd round grade on that guy.
Yeah. I think that's a similar range where I would have been fine with him. Soon. Even stopping now, our draft is great. Come on, I think it's true. I'm happy with the draft they've got so far. Smaller says, rank Lucas, Tucker, Sapp, Llewellyn, or Curry. Do you know enough of those names to be able to?
Lucas, does he mean Anthony Lucas?
Probably.
Anthony Lucas is, where did I have him? I don't want to be accurate. So I had Anthony Lucas at the top of round 4. I had Nadeem Tucker in the middle of round 4. I had Tyreek Sapp in round 6. I had Llewellyn round 4. And I had Caden Curry at the top of round 5. So I would put Lucas ahead of those guys, then Llewellyn, Tucker, and Curry. I'd also throw Mason Rieger into the mix on that. But Lucas is really, he is just, I'm going to put my head down and run as fast as I can to the quarterback. And if you get in the way, I'm just going to try and run through you. There is nothing cultured about his pass rush moves. He doesn't have moves. He's just like, I'm coming, try and stop me. He's got some injury issues, but he's one of those classic USC project defensive ends, but the injury issue is what's keeping him on the board.
Interesting. I'm trying to see if I've got, so Anthony Lucas. Do I have him anywhere on? Oh yeah, here he is. He has some Some rough percentiles here. But yeah, all right. Last one here. Paul Rogers. What is with the old guys entering the draft? Seems like a recent trend.
What's the money, isn't it? It's the ability to stay. The COVID opened up a world where you could stay instead of for 4 years, you could stay for 5 or 6. And the playing the game a little bit with the injury designations now. So even if you play in a season, if you get injured quite early on, they're managing to go to courts and appeal and say I should be given another year. And then they get another year, and then they're sticking around forever. The NIL money is coming in. In some instances, some of these players will make way more in college than they're going to do in the NFL now. And it is creating a bit of a backlog. But we are coming to the end of that. The COVID stuff is going to finish from now on. So even though the Ole Miss quarterback's about 30 years old, a lot of these players are not going to be able to do that anymore. And by all accounts, I'm not completely on top of this, but it sounds like the American government are working with the NCAA to try and fix this issue so that you haven't got these players staying for 5, 6, 7 years in college football, because they fear it's preventing younger players getting an opportunity. Because if you have a 25-year-old quarterback or receiver who never leaves and continues to get NIL, you've then got 18, 19-year-olds who are not getting opportunities, and it's not right. So they are going. It's been in the courts. I think. I don't know enough about politics in America to know what the procedure is, but they're trying to stop these players staying forever in college football.
Jeff, one of the things you missed was Hezekiah Masses went to the Raiders.
Oh man, Rob, what is going on with the Raiders?
If I covered the Raiders, people would be going, "Wow, what a great year of draft blogging there, Rob." So,
I am convinced Clint Kubiak reads blog.
Yeah, well, if he does, then thanks for a great year, Clint.
I'm gonna go grab a quick bite if you guys want to hang out and talk through. I know Rob's gonna stick to the end of the 5th round, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
No problem. Yeah, it's quite weird, isn't it? And I was saying to Brian, Jeff, I wonder if the Raiders, to a certain extent, are being influenced somewhat by what like Mike McDonald would look for and what John Steiner's been looking for, and they've kind of shared some of that information, because there are so many of these players that we've talked about and said they would be fits in Seattle, and they've ended up being fits in Vegas. So, I mean, that's a coincidence.
It's probably a coincidence, because I don't know if Clint got enough. I think Clint was probably just trying to install his offense last year. I guess it's most of his coaches, though, but I don't know how much he would have been involved with what Mike looks for. And I'm guessing just the players Mike's been around would have helped. But Schneider dictates so much of their draft prep and so much that they look for. But yeah, John Spytek did a pretty good job with Tampa Bay over the years. And last year, I don't know how much was Spytek, how much was Pete Carroll, because their draft felt very Pete Carroll-like last year. And Spytek was Jason Light's number 2 in command, another Schneider friend. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of ties there. But, yeah, last year they take the running back high. They take, like, the project lengthy corners. They draft the offensive line who are more athletic freaks than actually offensive linemen. I can't remember who their 2nd-round pick was last year. Like Jack Besh, who felt like a Pete Carroll guy, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at the board now and trying to work out what they're going to do with these 2 picks. I think they're going to take. I think one of these picks might end up being Brandon Cleveland, given they brought him in. He's sticking out a little bit there.
Like historically, do you usually have like a good sense for this part of the draft, or is it just like?
No, I don't have a sense for what they're going to do, but what I'm quite happy about in terms of what has happened in recent years is that they will take players that like, oh, they're still on the board. That's a surprise. And then the Seahawks will take them. And then it means that I can go out and write and talk on stuff like this, Jeff, and go, I'm really happy about this pick. And that's a good thing, because then people are not shouting at me. There was a couple of years ago, I didn't think the Tyrese Knight pick was the best option for them. And look, hands up, I wasn't a huge fan of the AJ Barner pick, and I definitely wasn't a fan of the Nehemiah Pritchett and DJ James picks. I did not like them at all. So I came off afterwards and just went, yeah, do you know what? Really like the first pick, Byron Murphy. Really like Christian Haynes' pick. Not as much of a fan on day 3, and got pelters, like real abuse from some fans. Like, how do you think you know? I don't think I know more. It's just I'm just not overly positive about those picks, but typically in the later rounds of the last few years, they've taken players where I had this guy in round 4, they've taken him in round 5. I had this guy in round 3, they've taken him in round 5. Like to have Torrey Holton as a 2nd or 3rd round pick and they get him in round 5. To have Riley Mills as a 2nd or 3rd round pick and they take him in round 5. To have Kenny McIntosh in round 5 and they take him in round 7. Things like that have really helped be able to be positive about these drafts. So I'm hoping that when we get to these 2 picks, they're just going to take the players that, at least, based on what's available, that makes some sense. And that for me would be a Mason Reed. It would be Max Llewellyn. It would be Brandon Cleveland, Jordan Vanderberg. Do you take a Brian Parker? Do you take a chance on a Harold Perkins? At some point, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe not. But there are lots of players still available that could be interesting. That you kind of feel like that feels like a Seahawks type of pick. So, and there's a lot of defensive linemen left. Like if it's not Cleveland, Rayshon Benny's still there. Tim Keenan is kind of a weird profile, but he's still on the board. Is anybody going to take a chance on Dante Corleone, or is he going to be somebody that you scramble around as an undrafted player to see if you can get him healthy and bring him in? There's a lot of interesting players still on the board.
So the other question I would ask you, and I'm curious because you were higher on Price than I'd say a lot of people like in the Seahawks Twitter space, and you had mentioned Bud Clark to me before as a guy you thought was a really good fit. But like of the 3 picks they made, because I know the answer would be no to today's. Was there anyone you are like regret that they passed on, or is there anyone like I know Dunker got picked, the pick they traded out of? Me and you were a little shook by that at the time. Like, is there anyone you're just like, man, I can't believe they didn't take this player, or are you think it's pretty sensible at every spot?
No, I mean, if they'd have passed on Dylan Thiedemann for Jadarian Price, that would have been the kind of thing you're talking about there, where you think, I don't like that. But Price, I had a look. I brought up I stashed the horizontal board in the file of boards after round 1, and now I've got the copy where I'm taking the players off as they get picked, and I'm doing that with every pick. So I went back to the old board and I don't do a vertical board where I rank every player from like 1 to 50 or whatever. But I thought I'm going to have a look and where would I have Price? And I looked at the players and thought, yeah, he would be in the top 32 players that I had on the board. So I don't have a problem with it. And there was nobody. I had Caden McDonald ranked higher, but I didn't feel that strongly about Caden McDonald that it was gutting not to take him there and have another defensive tackle on the roster as opposed to a running back that they believe in. And by all accounts, it sounds like it came down to Chris Johnson and Jadarian Price, and that the Dolphins just made their mind up for them. So I have no issue with that. Really like the Bud Clark pick. Julian Neal, I like that pick. We liked Emmanuel Pregnon. If Emmanuel Pregnon had gone a lot earlier, it might have been regrettable that they didn't take him, but he didn't. And once the league's passed on him 2.5 times, you kind of think, I'm not going to lose any sleep over that for the Seahawks doing the same thing. So no, I'm very content.
Oh, Brian. Okay, sorry. Me and Brian
What happened
on our first show this morning of the sleeper team to pick Nussmeier, and we took the Eagles, and they took the other quarterback.
No. It's funny, Jeff. So they were showing the picture of Garrett Nussmeier's family waiting. It was awful. Just like you could just see like the no energy in the room, depressed. And I was thinking about how hard that must be. And then imagine that your dad works for an NFL team that is one of the teams that keeps passing on you.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
That's that's a uniquely rough situation.
Yeah. And sorry, Rob, to cut you up. That was just like a 3 hours ago. But Rob, to ask you another question. We were trying to figure this out. Like, who would you say is like a comp for Jadarian Price? Like, I was trying to think of this the other night. Like, we were trying to figure out like where he projects as. Like, do you have a player that comes to mind that you see as a comp for him? Like, I was trying to think. Like, Michael Turner was someone I was thinking about. Like, is there anyone that comes to mind for you?
I've been thinking about this a lot, and I can't think of anybody because the body type that he has is quite conventional. He's very muscular. in the upper body, but not got this big, thick arse and legs that like a Nick Chubb would have, let's say. So he's not like that. He's not sort of thick and athletic like a Jonathan Taylor. He's not big. He's not 220 pounds. He doesn't look like any of the running backs that Seattle has had recently. I can't think of anything. I can't think of anybody that he reminds me of immediately. Like the running style, the weaving style, the escapability. There's quite a few running backs that he reminds, I suppose you could say he would remind you of, but there's not an obvious comparison, is there? There's not somebody who you look at him in terms of body or playing style. And I've spent a long time thinking about it, and I can't. And some of the comps I've seen online, I don't necessarily agree with.
Can I throw one out there?
Go on.
Because I agree with you. I think he's a very hard comp. And this is immediately there's a flaw in this comp. So I'll just say it. But when I think of Jadarian Price, he is a glider. He's not like a slasher. He's not making like very aggressive cuts. He hits the hole. He's downhill. Jamal Charles of the Chiefs. But he was a 4.3 guy, so he doesn't have that speed. But stylistically and size-wise,
yeah, I like that. I like that a lot more than Javonte Williams, which Lance Zierlein gave him, which I don't think he looks like Javonte Williams at all.
Yeah,
I don't see that in any way, shape, or form. And then the other one that people I've seen thrown out there is Aaron Jones. But again, I didn't really like that as a comparison.
He's a little bit more of a physical runner than like Aaron Jones is a more physical runner, I think. Yeah.
Enrique Cruz.
Have you guys seen this clip, this bit that Bill Burr does about the draft?
Oh, I have seen it. Yeah.
Can I play? This is going to be some F-bombs. Jeff, have you seen this?
No, I haven't seen it, but I love it.
Oh my God, you're going to freaking love this. Folks, there's some F-bombs in this, but let's listen.
What kind of a fucking loser just sits there watching round after round? The Jets are up next. I think they need a cornerback. They need to improve the defensive line. Dude, that's like going to a graduation ceremony where you don't know anybody who's graduating. They're just fucking sitting there. They're going to have the whole list the next day. They'll have everybody who drafted, who, when. Fucking got to sit there and watch that shit. Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. Thank God. It's a great organization. And same shit the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
It is so true. It's so true.
I just want to make sure everybody knows I feel seen by Bill Burr.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the three of us are probably losers in this extent, but
we're
exactly the people that he was talking about there.
It is such a good clip, dude.
He's dead right. Man. I'm proud to be one of those people.
Can I say, as someone who's been railing about how relationships are drive all the information in the NFL, and I realize how hypocritical this is going to seem right now, but the Seahawks treat us to food here. They treat us well here. The chefs here. I'm eating like the third meal I've had here in 3 days. I don't know if every organization does that or not. I'm not sure, but it's pretty nice, and it's the people that work here are great. They really. John Schneider spends all the time talking about all the people here, and I do think it is something that people can't understand unless you're here. Like from the receptionist Bailey at the front desk, Connie Kate, I saw her again the other day. There's so many. I'm gonna forget a bunch of names, but it's really, really a building full of great people. It's cool.
I would guess if you were at the Cardinals facility right now, they'd be sending you an invoice.
There's all this DoorDashes coming for all the media.
They put out like one box of Domino's.
Maybe they have Josh Cashman ordering for them little mini pizzas.
Yeah. Rob won't know what we're talking about. That's still one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. But Yeah, I covered the Bill, and this was 15 years ago. I covered the Bills draft in 2011, and I remember one of the older reporters took me out to a meal, and we went to like Applebee's around the corner, and I'm like, really? Like, this is what you guys do? You're eating Applebee? It's like, I hear Brian getting like, I heard Michael Sean on your other collective talking about how good the food is there. So certainly a little better than the Applebee's I got covering the Bills draft a couple years ago.
Couple more super chats. Peter Go Hawks, 11 picks away. Is Rob staying here for the pick? I don't think so. I think
I really need to. I've not done enough on the blog, so I need to go and write some stuff up on Beau Stevens and also and on these next two picks. So apologies, I'm gonna dash.
No apologies necessary, man. It's been an absolute blast having you on here. It's been really fun, and it's been fun having our shows kind of like, you know, merge a little bit, spend some more time with each other. It's been an absolute blast. So Peter Go Hawks says, what's everyone's top 3 best available for the Hawks? I think we've kind of gone over this a little bit. You guys want to refresh your kind of list of people or players or positions?
Are we just going on who's left, or are we going to sort of focus on what we think they need here?
Either, whatever you're attracted to.
So I think that an argument can be made that Brian Parker and Mike Morris are still interesting players here, but in terms of the pass rushers, Mason Rieger, Max Llewellyn, and one of these defensive tackles, maybe Jordan Vanderberg, Brandon Cleveland. That said, I really do like Deshaun Singleton, the safety. So there's still a lot of good players available. I think they're going to get a good player here in the 6th round.
Jeff, do you got anyone that's on your best available list?
Like Harold Perkins would be a fun pick, who was like 2 years before he tore his ACL and lost his explosiveness. He was like a guy they were talking about as like a top 5 pick at one point in his career. And they're thinking he's going to be a pretty good special teams player at this point. But Rob's talked about over the years, it's just they've taken guys like that and maybe they amount to be nothing. But I'd get excited about him playing special teams for Seattle.
LSU coaches did him a disservice. They never really worked out how to use him properly, even after the injury. And Brian Kelly's got a lot to answer for.
I would throw Andre Fuller on that list. Obviously, Logan Fano is a guy I'm a fan of. Yeah, I think those are the ones that probably tops on my list. I'm looking at a quick look through. If there's any, Eli Heidenreich, he's on my list. I think he'd be a fun pick. Scrolling through to see if there's anyone else.
Yeah, like the receiver group's not particularly interesting at this point.
Not really. Well, it's been picked over. There are some running backs still.
Yeah, like maybe
Damon Claiborne, Katron Allen, Heidenreich.
There was a bit of a character thing with Allen, and I wonder if that's why he's still on the board here.
Yeah. So we are 2 picks left. Well, the pick's in for the Dolphins here in the 5th round. Pick 40 and then pick 41, and then we will be into the 6th round. And the Seahawks pick 7th. So we're about 7 picks away from the Seahawks.
Any of our top 5s.
Yeah, and so they'll have 188 and 217. Is that right?
Yeah, it's quite a gap, though.
It is. It's basically like a 7th round pick.
Yeah,
but I think is it the last pick of the 6th round or something?
Let me pull up the draft tracker here.
I think it is. We got one more super. Yeah, go ahead.
Fuller would be a really interesting pick as well. So because you quite rightly say, like, he's an interesting player, and I was more impressed with him than I expected to be on tape, and give him sometimes you give these players too high a grade, don't you? Maybe you're feeling really positive on the day or something, and I had him in round 4, but you could get him in round 6. You know, why not? There's a player coming out who is wearing a Union Jack flag.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rob.
Rob's excited. Oh, is this the guy? So Ed and Dirty was talking about that. This might be a player that got selected. Yeah, I think so.
Well, I'm just going to tell you now that the Miami Dolphins have just got the best player in the draft.
Rob Staton sticking with the countryman as he should.
Yeah. The Dolphins might go 0-17 this year, but they just nailed their 6th rounder.
This is how keen the NFL is to become a global sport, that they have actually made a big fuss about the fact that a British guy has been drafted and Roger Goodell has come out to give him a helmet. What's this?
Goodell couldn't even announce the Seahawks first round pick, but he can be there for a British born NFL player in the 6th round.
I look forward to seeing everybody who works in the media over here interviewing this guy over the next 24 hours.
It's cool though. I mean, in the sense that the NFL is definitely trying to become a more global sport. It's not a sport that it's like, others that have leagues all over the world. It's pretty much only in the US and I guess Canada. So
I was telling Jeff the other day that so Drew Rosenhaus looks after Carnell Tate and Caden McDonald, but the person who is actually their agent is British. They have a British agent. So I was texting him on Thursday saying, "Oh, be good if Caden McDonald landed in Seattle and stuff like that." He's a British dude. So we're basically taking over, is what I'm saying.
I got a super chat here from OEL says, I see Brandon from the Hawks Nest suggest that Jadarian Price could be like Terrell Davis. I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I don't see that at all. I mean, in the fact that he's in his own scheme, but I think you kind of pick anybody. I don't think stylistically Terrell Davis reminds me at all of Jadarian Price.
He was a lot bigger, a lot slower.
Like similar body type in terms of size, but
imagine Terrell Davis as a kick returner. Like,
yeah, I don't see that at all.
No, I don't see it.
Like, Rob, what do you make of like his 10-yard split being pretty low percentile?
Okay, so this keeps coming up, and
I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. I don't have a take.
My thought on it was that I wonder if it's a technique issue in the way he ran that 40, because how can you run a 4.49 and have such a bad split? Like, it doesn't, like, he ran a split from a 245-pound pass rusher who's quick. Like, it doesn't make any sense that he would have a split in the 1.6s. So he ran pretty much the same 40 as Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey's 10-yard split is like a 1.53. Like, it's very confusing to me. I don't know what's happened there with that, and would love somebody who has either got expertise on how the technique of you run, or whether it's a timing thing or what, or whether it was a bad time that actually ran quicker than that. It just makes no sense that he would set off that slow and still record a 4.49. And especially when you watch him on the tape, like I've seen people say, oh, he doesn't have the burst. I think that's kind of like connecting the dots a little bit too much, because he is so quick to get outside and get to the edge. I didn't see any lack of burst from him. So I don't know what to make of it, frankly. I don't know whether it's a phony thing or not. Don't know.
Hold on one sec. The Dolphins. I think we got to talk about the Dolphins real quick, because not only do they just pick a British guy, but look at their draft class. Look at this draft class. Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez. Those first 3 guys might be the best players at their position in this class. Like, maybe, not for sure, but they're in the conversation. And then you get Chris Bell in round 3. Kyle Lewis, who some people were really high on. I was not as high as others, but in the 4th round. Taffy's a guy that some people really like out of Texas. I think. What do you guys think?
I suppose the thing with it is, if you just looked at the players that they've got early on, that's a good trio. And then it kind of goes weird with Caleb Douglas, who I had a 6th, 7th round grade on. And then they get back on track. I really like Will Kashmarek. Chris Bell had talent. He's just injured. Kyle Lewis apparently had because all the thing on him was that he got high character, but apparently there was a little bit of a character thing with him as well, which is why he lasted as long as he did. But the thing that you have to think with the Dolphins is, so I know a Dolphins fan who's a journalist over here, and he was furious with them for passing on Caleb Downs. And he felt that they should have gone with Caleb Downs the first pick and not Caden Proctor, and actually traded down a spot so that Dallas could get him instead. And he was furious about that. I suppose it comes down to how you view those kind of players. Like, I'm all for building on the trenches, and they need to become tougher and more physical, and they need to do that. I would have preferred Wenger Ioane than Caden Proctor personally. But I'm never going to criticize the team for starting a new refresh with an offensive lineman with their first pick. But I think that's what it comes down to. It's like, if you really thought Caleb Downs was the dog's bollocks and you swap him away for 2 fifths, and he becomes a brilliant player, let's say, and Caden Proctor doesn't, then you'll be kicking yourself. So,
well, Rob, we're at the 6th round. Obviously, you're welcome to stick around, but I want you to be able to go do your amazing work. Brother, it's been fun. It's been fun having you on the last couple.
It's been great, and thank you for the invite. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it a lot more than watching it in the living room with my kids running around making loads of noise and distracting me. So I appreciate it, and here's to 2 more great Seahawks picks to finish things off. Let's go. Rob Staton, make sure you follow him at Seahawks Draft Blog and on his channel as well. Lots of great stuff over there. I'll be sure to check it out for sure. All right, see you guys.
Man. All right, brother Jeff. It's down to you and me, man. The true addicts. I will tell you, I am not going to stick around for the 7th round if the Seahawks have no picks.
What are we gonna do for this gap between the picks?
I'll get Brady Henderson to come over here and we'll talk to Brady.
Okay, that's it.
Or maybe I'll get Dave Boling as well. We got a couple options in here. I've been trying to get Ari Horton on the show, but she's too cool for the show. I think she's like,
maybe she sat beside me at that dinner in Indianapolis, and that was enough.
That's right. You met Ari.
Yeah, she's cool. I don't know.
She's great. I think enough people know her. She works with John Boyle. They both are writers for Seahawks.com. And she started to do, I think, some of the work out in front of the camera as well. And she loves writing. Like, writing's her passion, but she also knows that video is kind of where things are going. So it sounds like crazy to say that in 2026, but yeah, she does really, really good work. So if you're not following Ari Horton, ARIHORTON, you are missing out. Does great stuff for the Seahawks. So the Arizona Cardinals just picked Carson Scharer.
Why doesn't this thing say the position? Linebacker. There it is.
It is a little confusing how they don't. Like, the UI is not great. So let me see if I've got Scharer on here.
Carson
Scharer. I don't know if I. Okay, I think I have to take off my top 300 thing. Carson Scharer from Iowa. 6'2", 231, ran a 4.56 40-inch vert. So good athlete. Coverage grade 58th percentile. Run defense grade 79th percentile. Run stops 88th percentile. So yeah, nothing about that. I mean, he was not on the top 300 in the consensus board. But at this point in the draft, you know, what pick is this at this point?
183.
183. You know, if you pick a guy outside of the consensus 300, not great, not crazy. Seahawks are up in 5 picks, dude. We're at 184. Actually, at 4 picks. They're at 188.
Better not trade back here.
I mean, maybe
they probably should in theory, but like, just from our entertainment standpoint.
Well,
I gotta say, I'm really glad they made that Beau Stevens trade, though. Like, that made today remarkably better. And two, like, we're talking about the players they'd be looking at if that was their only pick of the day. It's very likely they're going to pick people we either don't know or haven't heard of. And the energy of just that Stevens pick and how it rounds out the draft class, it really changed my outlook of the whole thing. That's a position that I've been chasing all throughout this process. How do they get a right guard?
Well, you know, I think that 12 picks next year, part of what we haven't really talked about, the reason that they have 12 picks is because of their free agent strategy. They got 4 comp picks because they were disciplined in who they were willing to sign and who they weren't. Now, it is fair to point out, signing Ken Walker would not have counted against that. You could have had your own players and still not. But the thing is that you would then lose the comp pick for him being signed elsewhere. Like,
yeah, that's a comp pick on. Yeah.
Right. Like you'd lose a comp pick because he wasn't signed elsewhere. You wouldn't lose a comp pick because you spent money on him, if that makes sense.
Correct.
Like, but so like their strategy allowed them to have 4 extra picks. Then they were able to turn that into right now, a guard. And I think 11 picks next year is plenty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And by getting Beau Stevens this year, you find out if he doesn't work out for whatever reason, if the other guards that they've got on the roster, then you can go back at it. But now you get a full season of working with this player and figuring out if that's a position of need or not.
Yeah, it's just, I felt with Bradford coming up as an expiring contract and not a ton of needs on a team was just in the Super Bowl, to get ahead of that problem and even just to push Bradford now I'm not in like the group that like freaks out anytime Anthony Bradford. I kind of know what he is at this point. He has strengths, but to get one of those guys that we really liked, that really just makes the draft feel better. Because the price pick, I was still struggling with that one for a couple days.
Do you think that I always thought the idea that they could get a 5th round pick for Olu which is when he was drafted, was crazy. I didn't think there was anyone that would give them, especially in a relatively strong. Could they get a 7th round pick? I do think could they maybe get a 6th round pick? Maybe, but a 7th round probably. So that's still on the board of possibilities.
It is. I don't know. This is the part of the draft which is like, if you've followed this draft at all, this is like the really weak part of the draft, because this is where you've seen all those other players that we were usually like, we're looking at more interesting guys. This is where the COVID year has pushed all these guys, or the NIL. These are typically UDFA kind of players. So I don't know the value of getting a 7th round pick versus just keeping Olu for a year. But
yeah, I mean, if they trade Olu, their backup center becomes Christian Haynes.
Yes, or any
like this.
Can Richmond be a center?
I don't think he's trained to be a center yet.
See, I don't really
Federico Merenges. Federico.
Yeah, I don't think he'd feel good about that. I think Olu's a pretty competent backup center.
So this is a look at the Seahawks cap situation on their offensive line. I'll zoom in a little bit for people that can't see that well. But this is at cap.hawkblogger.com. And so you can see the guys that are signed beyond this year. I mean, you got Cable Dew and Cross and Lucas and Christian Haynes. He has another year. Zabel, obviously. But Sundell and Josh Jones and Olu, they're coming off. So I don't know.
Oh, Seahawks trade back.
They did.
Yeah, I see NYJ on 188 on TV.
Yes, NY Jets. The Seahawks traded back to, oh my gosh. They traded back to 199, dude.
I tried to warn you, John. I said, for entertainment value, can you just let us, you got to wait 11 more picks?
And they got a 7th round pick for it. They got pick 242. So now the 7th round is on the on the board.
What, 7 picks in this draft in the end?
Yeah, and 242.
We will not be on the air for 242.
No, I don't think I mean, I might have to be because
I was for the post draft press conference.
Yeah, I normally would. I don't know if my wife will handle that, because not only is the post draft press conference after the draft finishes, it's after they've gone mostly through their calls to undrafted free agents. Yeah. So that could be hours. I don't think I can manage that. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not.
Same answer.
What's that?
I think that's a sane answer.
A sane answer. I think you said lame answer, which is also. You know what?
Certainly, if I said that's lame, you should never speak to me again. That'd be alarming.
Let me see if I can get Brady or Mr. Boling to come over here. Hold on. I'll be right back.
So I literally had to speak out too quickly because I literally willed that into action where I said they better not trade. And they traded right away. So they're down to 199, it looks like. I think that's where Tom Brady was drafted. Maybe they're going for the next Tom Brady. But this is the thing. This is the part of the draft where these guys are just complete lottery tickets. Like, this is not a draft class where there's going to be home runs in the 6th round. And most of these names that are coming off are not in the names we've mentioned throughout the day. So I don't see there's and there's Katron Allen. Would have maybe Seattle wanted him. Is there any way of that? They traded right after he went. Who knows? There's Brian's guy, Katron Allen, going one pick before them. So Brian's now doing the hardest challenge possible to try to find someone who wants to come on the air and talk about the 6th round. But I get the sense we're not going to be talking about these 6th rounders, considering. So here is the Seahawks' former pick is now the Jets. So this was supposed to be Seattle. This is the Jets. Hopefully this doesn't go like the Jamal Adams trade does. Just kidding. Obviously that's not going to happen. But yeah, I'm not seeing a name on my board that's jumping out. I'm surprised, frankly, that more people aren't trading out of these spots for. At this point, these are probably more like priority street free agents that you want to typically sign and just get ahead of them because this is the weak part. So I'm hoping if we get Brady on, we can get some insight into the whole Jadarian Price thing. I think Brady was kind of alluding to Chris Johnson as their guy, and we'll see. But this is the Jets pick. Whoever hears who Seattle traded out of. Maybe this is Garrett Nussmeier. Have they taken a quarterback yet? I can't think of one. No, they traded up for Cade Klubnik, so they're not going to take him here.
We are going to be graced by one of the greats. Dave Boling is going to join us here, getting situated. See if I'm going to have to adjust, have the star in camera here. All right, Mr. Boling, it's good to see you, man.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Not really.
Not really. How about now?
That's good.
Is that better? Jeff, have you met Dave before?
No, I don't think we have. It's quite the downgrade for when you get to talk to Mike Sando, but
that's always fun.
Yeah, well, Dave, you've been coming to these for a long time.
1989.
1989.
Andy Heck.
That's a deep pull. Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Another Golden Domer.
And he turned out okay. He had a pretty good career.
What do you love about the draft? Do you love the draft?
Stories.
Yeah.
Listening to the guys. There's so few things that you can do in any profession and like Olympics are one of them, where anybody who is competing, 100% they're happy. They're delighted. It's a life-changing event. And there is no posturing. It is all 100% emotion. And, what was it? Who was the Neal? Real excited. All these guys real excited. And I thought back to whatever year it was, Isaiah Kazavinsky. I think was like a 4th rounder out of Harvard, a linebacker. And he was like frothing. And just a guy, I loved him from the start because they just start making these promises. Nobody's going to work harder than me. Nobody will ever work harder than me. I'm going to be the toughest guy, and I'm going to be playing with everything I got. And I think that's what I really, really love. Everybody has that sense about them. They're always happy, and it gives you a feeling that when you see people reach a goal that they've had for years and years and years. I just love that, and that's the best part about sports. You're going to have to endure defeat, and you're going to have moments of great success, And it's fun to be a part of that, even if we're on the fringe and just writing it down.
The scribes. I'm glad you're sitting down for this, because I want to tell you, if you don't already know, John Schneider did not end up with just 4 picks in this draft. He traded a few times. The Seahawks now, I believe, will exit this draft with 7 picks. Is that where we're at, Jeff?
Yeah.
Traded back again, 6th round. The Seahawks now have a 7th round pick. They'll be picking at pick 199. We were just talking to a couple of the area scouts earlier today. And how much in your career have you talked to the scouts? Because their stories, that's the story that I feel like doesn't get told as much.
Very little on the record. It's just kind of in the hallways or whatever, and not as much in recent years where I haven't been like a beat columnist
sure.
or something.
But like, isn't that like this day? And Jeff had to ask a great question to one of them. It's like, this day is like the day for those scouts, like the guys that they've pounded the table for, pounded the pavement for, that they're hoping that they can pull out of the needle out of the haystack.
And the one thing that John Schneider, more than any administrator I've ever been around, has made a great effort to credit those guys and to make them a part of this whole process. And it is totally integrated the way the Seahawks do it these days under John Schneider, and it's real kudos are earned. It's vertically integrated. Everybody, the coaches, the scouts, the administrators, all work together on this, and it really is everybody's pulling the oars in the same direction. I think that's a very cool thing, and I love the way John, wears his mechanics gas station attendant's shirt, and so do a lot of the guys. I just that's an attitude, and it's something that John has brought from his first day here, the day that he was hired. I was one of those guys who kind of a smart aleck. My job was to be a professional smart aleck. And I thought, Pete, this veteran guy comes in. He hires a young guy, never been a top fella, and I thought, it's, he's going to be Pete's puppet. He'll be moving his mouth, and that really was not the case. I think that was really a great and functional collaboration. And I remember Hugh Millen asked John, we don't know much about you. Can you tell us about a player or two that you really championed with the Packers who turned into a great player? Try to get an idea what he's looking for in a player. And John Schneider said, "Nah, we don't go there, buddy. We don't do that. We do this as a team." First day he was here, made sure that nobody was going to be thinking he did not want to take credit for any of that. And so that's the way that he has run this place for years, and it seems to be still the same thing. And this year, I've already got my lead written for a column for tomorrow. I don't care what kind of grades they get. I don't care if they got 4 guys or how many guys. The way I look at it, I am not over being completely impressed by the haul they made last year.
I know. I remember we have a viral video of you. I don't know if you know that we have a viral video of you talking about that this was maybe one of the best draft classes you'd seen.
It definitely was. And it turned out, I look at it now, the last year's 5th round alone, you look at the 5th round they had last year, you could have held that over for this year, and it would have been a grade A draft class. Now, and so many of those guys, we didn't get to see what they have, and now they're going into their 2nd year. They've got that experience. They were functionally redshirted. Arroyo, almost nothing out of them.
Riley Mills.
Horton,
Robbie Oots.
Those guys particularly, they came in and proved themselves. They had enough time to prove themselves, but then barely had an effect on the long range of what this team is going to be, as they will this year. You throw in a 4th and 5th for Rashid Shaheed. I don't know where they're going to put all these guys. And the kicker is they got 11 picks next year. They don't, the rosters aren't big enough for all the talent that they have. Does the running back replace Kenneth Walker? No, but they needed a guy to fill the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Till Charbonnet comes back and see who else grows into it, and maybe the kid will be really, really something. So it's interesting, but I think they could have traded out of this draft entirely and gone into the season, I believe, favored to defend their Super Bowl title.
You and I think alike. And Jeff, I'll let you in here in a second. Actually, go ahead, Jeff. Do you have a question before I get to my next one?
Yeah, I'm sure, Dave, you've seen just now everyone who has a computer now thinks they're an expert on the draft, or every single person in the world has these rankings. So you've probably laughed at that. Like,
no, I don't, because I'm with them too. Because
so I'm like, how do you evaluate how a team drafts? Like, what's your approach to that?
The first thing you have to do, you have to come into it with some humility and respect that the people who do this, that's their full-time job. You know how much we three, how much time we spend. They're spending 10 times the amount of time we're looking at guys. I see guys when I'm watching one of my favorite college teams play, and I'll think, "Oh man, that guy looks like he's going to be good," and that's about it. And other than that, it's highlights. So I think more about the position they're drafting. Like last year, I came out of last year's draft thinking, all right, the end of the year, they knew they didn't have a team that was tackling. And they addressed that in mid-season by getting Ernest Jones and shaking some things up to fill that void, that weakness. At the end of the year, they said, we have to run the ball better. It's going to help us toward the end of the season. It's going to help us into the playoffs. And what they did, and particularly, I thought, drafting Gray Zabel, drafting Robbie Oots, that's saying, okay, this is how we're going to help fix that weakness. And I thought that was a real triumph, and Zabel was a pretty obvious winner. And I thought Oots was going to have a big impact too. And then Arroyo was coming in, could have beefed up some things. So I thought that was just an awful lot of talent there. So I have to trust, and I think John Schneider has earned that. The kind of guy they're looking for, and I like the kind of guy they're looking for. These guys are all excited. Every one of them that they bring in here loves to play football. You can see it as soon as, the first mini camp. People are out there, and they do have a commonality, and it's that grit and that's toughness and the eagerness to hit people. And that's what I love about football.
So, if I told you that one of the next picks the John Schneider and Mike McDonald are going to make plays at Navy, would you be surprised?
Do you know something I don't know?
So there's this kid, Eli Heidenreich, who is a receiver that also looks like a running back. He actually has the exact same, almost the exact same measurables as Christian McCaffrey, physically. Had over 1,000 yard receiving at Navy, which is not an easy thing to do. And he's kind of become this little sleeper, late round guy that could be a running back, could be a receiver. You know how John Schneider and Mike McDonald respect the military. I wonder if he's on their board.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't know the guy, but I think last year's draft particularly was a real triumph of scouting. And again, I go back to that 5th round. Torrey Horton, the guy who was hurt, turned into a big talent. He turned into a guy that they're really counting on. And Mills, I didn't even think about that guy all season long. I didn't think about him. They were great across the interior defensive front. Those guys were sensational. I didn't even think about that guy. I had to talk myself out of scrapping my entire Super Bowl column and writing about the one Riley Mills play, because a guy comes in, he gets his only NFL sack in the Super Bowl and does it in a way that defined the Seahawks season and their ethos, their mindset to come in against a higher draft pick, offensive lineman who was also a rookie, who was maybe one of the most athletic offensive linemen in the draft.
Yeah, he was.
And you line up, my guy beats your guy.
Yeah.
Not just beat him, pounds him. And I just thought, man, this is what everybody has to love about the game of football. I almost stood up and just went, ha, like a chorus of angels.
Yeah.
Because that's football. That's how you win a game. And this guy had hardly played. I hadn't thought a thing about him. And how good can that guy be?
I just talked to him last week, as a matter of fact.
Well,
and
pat him on the back for me.
I'm doing this little series on guys that could have a bigger impact in 2026 than had it in 2025, and he certainly is on that list. And one of the positions that a lot of people are talking about, Jeff and I spent a ton of time on, is edge, because you lose Boye Mafe and you have DeMarcus Lawrence and Uchenna Nwosu in the last year of their contracts. Derek Hall's also in the last year of his contract, and they haven't picked an edge yet. And one of the things I wonder about is two other guys that I talked to, Jared Ivey. I'm going to try to talk to Connor O'Toole. But these are two players that were not drafted last year, but were part of the undrafted free agent class. So even beyond the draft class, there are guys, they had so many rookies last year that could end up being impactful players.
And look at guys entering the third season. Byron Murphy is edge of the Pro Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
AJ Barner, I feel, is edge of the Pro Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And a third year free agent, I think, with a surge late in the season, I think is going to be at that level. Jalen Sundell.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do you get it? It is an embarrassment of riches.
It is. Jeff, sorry, I just get into these conversations. What's on your mind?
Well, it obviously seemed like the offensive line around here had lost their way for about 10, 12 years. So when you see them...
Since they traded Max.
And when you see them draft Zabel last year and bring in John Benton, who I imagine you can connect with pretty easily.
Sensational.
They trade for a guard from Iowa. What does that do for you?
I'm really psyched up. And as I said, Sundell, toward the end of the year, there were some of those plays like on a reverse where Sundell and Gray were out there leading it, and it was just a joy. I watched that thing over and over again to see, the way they can move and then attach themselves to that target and stick on it and hit their people. Those guys, that's a real special talent. And then the tackles to see Abe Lucas be healthy. That was like getting another first-round draft pick to have him come back to health, and then across the board, and then the right tackle that I don't really talk about much because it kind of makes me shake a little bit.
The right guard.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you.
I was going to ask you about it if you weren't going to bring him up. I know you've got feelings.
I've made it clear. Don't come back to the huddle till you knock somebody down. And it got better and all that, and I'm sure he's a wonderful guy. God bless his heart.
This is how everybody talks to me about Anthony Bradford, because I'm the only one that sticks up for this guy. But it's okay. Everyone's got to have their points of view.
And Benton is at the Super Bowl. I had a chance to talk to Benton, and it was ending up after a while. I was showing him my pass protection setup and stuff. We were talking about
this guy's still
O-line story.
That was a pretty good punch he still got.
Sorry.
That's pretty good. No, bring it, man. It wakes me up. Wakes me up.
They're in good hands. They have the manpower, and I think it's just fine tuning toward the end. They were one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. I'm presuming, and I didn't watch everybody, and I didn't follow everybody's stats, but I think they were a top 10 running team.
Mm-hmm.
And sacks had gone down, and I think they're very, They become very efficient. And that's another thing about Kenneth Walker. I love that guy. I thought that some of the plays he could make, he was so much fun to watch. I enjoyed watching him break tackles. He held on to the ball. He had explosiveness, and he could do some things every now and then that you just didn't see anybody else do, and there's real value to that. Not if you're the general manager who's going to have to pay $43 million.
Mm-hmm.
His value? God, yeah, absolutely. He was great. It made him, he really won games for him. When you're putting together a roster, you really have to pay attention to the value. The guys on the street, the guys in the bar, even us don't have to pay close attention to that. Oh, he's a favorite. I love when he does this and when he does that. Yeah, but is he going to do it $35 million better than the guy on the rookie contract?
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a good guy, then you plug him in until it starts to fit.
All right, we've got Dave Boling. One more question from you, Jeff, and then we're going to let Dave get on with his day. What do you got for Dave?
So, Dave, you talked about you're kind of the draft guy like us. What did you think of Jadarian Price? Like, what was your opinion of him, that draft pick?
Here's what I saw him play a game in college. I watched one game on TV, and then I saw highlights. So, I don't know. I know when they picked Walker, I was very impressed because I'd seen him play several games, and I think one was like either against Michigan and Notre Dame, where he ate them up.
The Michigan game.
Michigan, 3 touchdowns or whatever, a couple hundred yards. Sensational. The thing that really intrigues me is Price's with the kickoff returns. He's a little thicker and bigger than you would think a guy who returns kicks. He got three TDs with it. And although his track time does not seem to be that much of a wow, he's obviously got explosion and he's got some wiggle to have 30-yard average on kickoff returns is pretty spectacular. So I think that shows what he's got to him. I hear them say he's a one-cut guy, and I think that'll work great. I think he'll be fine. I start thinking about Notre Dame. Was it CJ Prosize?
Yes.
CJ had, and you know what? He had great numbers, and he had a game against the Patriots where it looked like he was going to be the man.
He did.
But there's just so many.
That wasn't a talent issue. It was just a durability issue.
It was, and which it is with the running backs.
Yeah.
You look at some of the great Chris Carson stuff. Penny and so many of those guys.
I mean, it's not just the way, it's not just the production he had, the availability at that position and with the way that he ran. I don't understand how genetics, like how that's possible.
Yeah, he doesn't count. That's a different world.
Yeah, it is.
No, it is.
And how did he just turn 40?
Durability and to stay healthy enough and tough enough that. And maybe he did get hurt. He just kept playing, but he was different. There just aren't. You can't count him in that group.
Well, Mr. Boling, I really appreciate you coming and spending some of your time. It's always great. Make sure you check out Dave and all the stuff he does for the Spokesman Review. Take care. And sometimes it's coming News Tribune, yes?
What?
You've been writing sometimes other than the Spokesman Review? No, just Spokesman Review.
Well, some other papers pick it up.
That's where I probably see it.
But no.
All right.
News Tribune didn't need me.
All right. That is.
I only get 21 years.
Yeah. Okay. Dave Boling's with us. That was great. And the Seahawks are up here in just a little bit. That's your first chance to talk with Dave. Is that right?
Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed he was a draft guy. I wouldn't. That's exciting.
I mean, he's a storyteller. Bottom line. So I think there's so many stories to these groups, and the Seahawks are going to be up here, Jeff, in
I think 3 picks.
3 picks, right?
As long as they don't do it again. So not a single player we've mentioned has gone off since their trade, other than the center that Rob Brian Parker, I think his name was.
Yeah, I saw Katron Allen went.
He did. He went right before. And that's where I wondered. Maybe that's why they traded out. Maybe they liked him.
Oh, well, hold on a second. I mean, Katron Allen went at pick 187.
Yeah, they were at 188 and they traded
But
out.
But they traded out before.
But that might be before we know. They probably know.
Oh.
Like we're
Oh.
catching up to them.
Do you think that that's what happens? I guess
Probably.
I always assume what happens is that they have enough guys on their board that they're like they're all in the same group, and if we can pick up another player, we'd rather have two out of like this whole group instead of this one guy out of this small group.
You're likely correct. I'm just trying to come up with some sort of narrative.
I
But
like it.
especially at this spot where you're like deep into early in the 6th round, but you're deep into this class where it's not a deep class. There's depth is the weakness of this class. I would be surprised if they were hyper focused on one player, and they probably have a lot of guys graded in a similar range.
Well, you know what's interesting about that, Jeff? And interesting is a little bit of a stretch, I guess, at this point. But if you look at last year, people say that the 6th and 7th rounds were kind of drained because of NIL.
Yeah.
And you look at the 6th and 7th round for the Seahawks last year, Bryce Cabledew, Damian Martinez, who didn't work out, which is probably the pick that everyone thought most likely to work out of the late picks.
Yeah, that might have been their highest consensus pick of like day 3.
Mason Richmond and Ricky White. I don't feel like that is a worse 6th or 7th round than we've seen from the Seahawks compared to Demetrius Crownover. I was not a huge fan, but he's a big dude, interesting guard prospect. So I don't know that it really thinned out. This year, people are saying that NIL thinned out from like rounds 5 on.
It feels that way. It definitely feels there. But Stevens in round 5 was pretty sweet. So
I guess I'm looking back, like compared to what? I mean, if we go back, let's go back to 2020, like way back. Well, that's maybe not a good example. COVID, or that's probably.
Well, no, that had an impact of that draft class, though.
Let's go 2019.
Sure.
2019, Travis Homer, DeMarcus Christmas, and John Ursua. 2018,
That feels.
Jacob Martin. Jacob Martin was really Alex Magoo. 2017, Mike Tyson, Justin Senior, David Moore, Chris Carson. So David Moore, Chris Carson, really good. Maybe some of the best 7th round picks Seahawks have ever had.
Yeah, David Moore's still playing.
He is. 2016, Joey Hunt, little Joey Hunt, Kenny Lawler, Zach Brooks. I'm just going through this. Like, I don't know that I feel like last year's 6th and 7th round was that much thinner, at least
Maybe
in terms
just
of
a
how it worked out.
convenient scouting thing. Yeah, I don't know enough. I don't grade these players year over year. But yeah, when you say a lot of those names, those feel like very low upside, kind of day 3 kind of players that are mostly intended to be special teamers.
Okay, so let's go through the list of 30 visits for the Seahawks who have not been taken yet, still available. And tell me if I'm wrong, if any of these guys have been picked that you know of. Andre Fuller, the cornerback
Still
from
there.
Toledo. Kennesaw State running back Coleman Bennett. Is he still around?
I have not seen that name flash.
I don't think so. Toledo running back Chip Trayanum. I think he's still available.
there.
New Mexico edge rusher Keyshawn James Newby. Still there. And then did Brandon Cleveland, the nose guard from NC State, go?
Daniels, wide receiver. The Rams
Brandon-
finally got a receiver.
They did?
Someone named CJ
CJ Daniels. Has let's see.
It is New England and then Seattle. Just like the Super Bowl.
Defensive tackle is Brandon Cleveland has not been taken yet. 6'3", 307 pounds from NC State.
Oh, the Vikings just traded him. Okay.
So Vikings and then the Seahawks up next.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of guys left, man. Logan Fano, we've talked about. Still, we know that he met with them at the combine.
Is there anything that would get you excited? Like any position? Is it edges? Is it a quarterback flyer? Is it?
I'm excited for edges at this point. Logan Fano, even Keyshawn James Newby. He's not like top something like Nashawn Tucker. There's some guys.
What's your draft board saying? Is your draft board?
Well, so my draft board's now like outdated because I have not been able to update. I had a whole plan for this morning and it's blown. But
Oh, there's Desmond Claiborne. Okay.
Damon
Claiborne.
Why is Fano not showing? I don't know.
But the Seahawks are on the clock.
Yeah, I liked Claiborne. I liked some of the running backs still available.
Back kind of smaller guy. 188.
Yeah, he's a speedster and has some breakaway ability. I honestly liked him as a back more than Mike Washington. Not pick's already in. I think it's gonna be either James Newby or Fano. That's what I think.
If it's Fano, I'm gonna be very impressed with you because you fell for him like in Indianapolis. You were telling me like this is my guy.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about 6 rounders, and I was trying to figure out who like Colton Hood was. Nope.
Emmanuel Henderson.
Ranked 274. Nope, no idea.
Wide receiver. Okay.
Well, I literally said a minute ago the wide receiver class looks dead. So
Emmanuel Henderson. He is not on my board even. Let's see what we can find out about Emmanuel Henderson. Emmanuel Henderson. Wide receiver, Kansas, 6'1", 190 pounds. So, I mean, he was at Alabama the prior 3 years, so he's a transfer to Kansas. Let's see what we got here. Receiving, he 32% in the slots, 67% out wide. Yards after catch per reception, 7. That's not 2.31 yards per out run. That's pretty good. Contested catch rate, 75%. Good contested catcher.
So here's an interesting one.
Whoops.
Coming out of high school, he was rated as a 5-star recruit at running back.
And
he's been a pretty good special teams player at Alabama and Kansas.
I'm going to look up in the Beast if we've got anything on him. Probably a special teamer, right?
Yep.
Ran a 4.4 40.
So he's a speedster.
Has really small hands. Oh, yeah. 8.5. Those are tiny. See if I can find him. Henderson. Okay. Born in Georgia, 4-star recruit, 2nd-ranked running back, like you said, behind Nick Singleton in the 2022 class. Number 2 recruit at Alabama, 41 nationally. Received attention from basketball recruiters. Let's see. What?
It's just we're scrambling here.
I mean, I don't know him. I'm not going to pretend I know him.
Yeah.
He committed to the Tide as a running back and a slot receiver.
It sounds like he's a special teamer. Like Lance Zerlein's profile of him says his special teams versatility and has crazy athletic upside that gives him a chance to make the roster as a wide receiver 5/6. He's going to be a full-time gunner.
Okay.
He's probably Derek
Young.
Yeah.
Derek Young. Yeah, that makes some sense. This is the strengths and weaknesses that Dane Brugler has. Strengths at his best, where he can unleash his vertical speed. Ranked number 2 among Power 4 players with 4 receptions of 50-plus yards in 2025. Tracks deep and runs to a spot like a baseball center fielder. 26% of his career catches came on targets of 20-plus yards. Able to high point and bodies around the sideline. This looks as contested catches are pretty good. Catches in stride, can provide a bolt of lightning on slants or crossers. Showed athletic prowess while adjusting to erratic throws. Averaged 22.8 yards per kick return in college, including a 94-yard touchdown. Has gunner experience, posted 14 career special teams tackles. Weaknesses: tall but lean, marginal muscle mass, small hands, mediocre play strength, struggles to fight through heavy contact, rounds and hurries through break points, can do a better job at working back to the ball and hitches curls, relies too much on his body to finish catches. Career production looks like an average single season stat line. That's not nice.
Yeah, he seems like someone to just they're throwing at the Derek Young role. Apparently, he's got explosive quickness and not a lot of long speed, but the small hands doesn't make me seem like he's got a big career receiver. So I'm guessing they see him as a special teams gunner.
That sounds right. And I'll say this, like, Jay Harbaugh gets what he wants, man. As far as I'm concerned, that guy was a huge part of the Super Bowl run last year. And if he identified this guy as a guy that he thinks can help them, I'm all for it.
Yep. Yeah, I see why they traded down if that was the guy they were going to draft.
That's really funny, dude. You crack me up.
But look, like we're not exactly getting like world beaters in the middle of the 6th round here. Like you're getting guys to play special teams. That's what this round is typically for. And if you hit it, then it's a lottery ticket. I don't see a lot of lottery ticket upside kind of plays here. So it seems like they're totally punting on edge, which I think is the most fascinating part of this draft.
Yeah. Yeah. You know who'd be fun if they picked is UR Bernard.
Oh, wow. Yeah. The freak athlete.
The freak athlete guy. That would be fun at some point. I doubt it's going to happen, but that would be kind of fun. So their next pick is 216.
So it's only 2. So that closes the gap, Lil. I was like, can I really make it this long? We've been on for
You don't have to, dude. You do not have to.
I might take a break and come on for the pick.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I'm going to do the same thing because I'm going to go over and listen to the conference call here in a second.
All right. They're showing the highlights right now on ESPN. So
okay, let's watch. He's a little thicker than I would have thought by his
this is Derek Young. Well, that's the worst highlight ever. There was no.
That was not a very good highlight. No, it was not.
Threw to a guy who fell down.
Yeah. Here's a kick return. Here's his 94-yard kick return. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look that fast. But I mean, he's much faster than I am. I'm not saying. I like this little lean into the ticker at the end.
Yeah.
All right. Let's pick 199. Pick 199.
The Tom Brady.
All right.
So what's their pick? 216?
216.
All right. I will try to come on for that.
Totally fine. And if you say not to, just shoot me a text and I will not expect you.
Sounds good.
All right, dude. See you in a bit. All right. So Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver. And let me get that going. Where'd that go? There we go. Save and show. All right. All right, folks. I will be back here in a little bit. I'm going to go listen to the conference call. So I'll leave this up for you. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, folks, we're back, and we got a new guest. Kind of the best guest we could possibly get. Brady Henderson of ESPN, the best golfer in the room. Right? Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, you beat my ass.
No, last time we played, it wasn't close, man. It was pretty ugly. I think you were in the 70s and I was in the high 80s, so or at least the mid 80s. I'll give myself.
Oh, home court, yeah.
Home course wasn't pretty for me, man.
Yeah.
The
sciatica 75.
The sciatica 75. That's right. That's right. So, folks, let me know in terms of volumes if you're hearing everyone okay. But Brady, how many drafts you've been through? Like, what's the first year you attended a draft coverage event?
Ooh, it had to be 2011.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty much you have been John Schneider experienced through your like all your drafts have been John Schneider tinged.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was working at what is now called Seattle Sports, 7:10 a.m. in 2010, or maybe I hadn't gotten hired by that point. I don't know, whatever it was. Yeah, been through pretty much all of them here in this room.
What have you learned? I thought you were up there on the screen for a second, but it's Tom Brady.
Tom Brady,
different Brady. So what have you learned about the draft? What have you learned about covering the draft? That's different from what you knew at the beginning.
Oh man, how much time do we got? What have I learned about the draft? I've learned that there are a lot of people who do really good work in the lead up to the draft, like guys like you and Rob Staton and Jeff and so many other people. There's also people who just kind of like treetop with their analysis, especially after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems very opportunistic of, some guy who you've never heard of, is grading the draft and he gives the Seahawks an F because, he hadn't heard of a guy they drafted in the third round, something like that. So there's just, I think for mostly better, but also in cases for worse, there's just a lot of draft content. And, I appreciate people like you and Jeff and Rob and others like that who do really good, before and after analysis of the draft. But I guess the bigger picture takeaway is it's become such a huge event. I'm old enough to remember being in college, and it must have been 2007 because the Seahawks, I think they drafted not Dexter, the USC guy, Lawrence Jackson. And that was when it was all on a Saturday. And I was just hanging out with my buddies, and it was like, who'd the Seahawks take? Us, defensive end out of USC. But nobody thought to park themselves in front of a TV and watch it all day long.
Have you seen the Bill Burr clip? We played that earlier about where I'm going to play it for you again. For people that watched this earlier, sorry if it's boring for you. But it's only 50 seconds. So let me pull this up for you. I'll share this and click play.
What kind of a fucking loser just sits there watching round after round? The Jets are up next.
I think they need a cornerback. They need to improve the defensive line.
Dude, that's like going to a graduation ceremony where you don't know anybody who's graduating. It's just fucking sitting there. They're gonna have the whole list the next day. They'll have everybody who drafted, who, when. Fucking gotta sit there and watch that shit. Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And same shit the last 80 guys said.
That's pretty good. It's a blessing. That's got to be the most common thing you hear. It's like you could basically just write out the first question and answer every time. But obviously we're here because we're covering this and we're really into it. But I do wonder about, and I made this point to some Seahawks people on Thursday night, who in their right mind would actually go attend the draft and sit there among a sea of like tens of thousands of people? That sounds miserable.
Well, I'm in the same boat, but at the same time, like I'm looking outside right now. It's gorgeous outside.
Yeah.
I wish I was outside. And if I was milling around with a beer in my hand and my buddies, and I was just getting the draft information fed to me, like there's worse ways to spend a day.
I don't know. I'm gonna, yeah.
You're gonna
not for me.
Not for so. Seahawks have made a bunch of draft picks, more picks than they expected to have necessarily. At least the way things ended on day one without being able to trade back. What's your takeaway so far with a couple picks left to be made?
I mean, it just kind of followed kind of sort of how you could easily see it, and I guess it's sort of follows this trend of late where it's kind of straightforward in the sense of, okay, you need a running back. Spend your first pick on a running back. It's your biggest need. And I don't know what order anybody would put the remaining needs after that. I would say running back was clearly the first need, and then in some order you go cornerback, edge, safety. We haven't seen them draft an edge guy yet, so that is maybe the only surprise so far. But you needed a cornerback. You're just going down the line of replacing guys that they lost in free agency. And, the visit that they had with Dante Fowler, that seemed like kind of an indication that obviously they want an edge guy, but they feel like they may get wiped out or the right guy may not fall to them. And so, and now, you're into the 6th round. So any edge guy you might take at this point, good chance that guy is more of a developmental prospect as opposed to somebody who would come in and, work his way into that rotation at outside linebacker.
Yeah, there are a couple of guys. Keyshawn James Newby from New Mexico made a visit here, as well as Logan Fano from
Utah.
He did not make a visit, but he was a combine visit. We talked to him there. So he could be part of what's going on there. When you look at the Seahawks draft strategy for this year with 4 picks, and you talk about the positions that they took. We'll let you get out of here in a second.
Oh, you're fine.
Is there anything that surprised you?
No, I mean, when we did our mock draft, I was this close to taking Jadarian Price, and then sent off a couple more text messages and ended up switching to Chris Johnson. Now,
yeah,
I do think that it was between those two guys for them, Chris Johnson and Jadarian Price. And we sort of heard from John Schneider last night, where I think it was in response to a question you asked about, I can't remember what the question was, but he was talking about how they sort of went through different scenarios before the draft. And he was like, is it going to be running back first and then corner, or cornerback first and then running back? So he was basically telling us that their first pick was going to be either a running back or a cornerback. And I do think that cornerback would have been Chris Johnson, and who knows what happens if he's still available at 32. Of course, he went 27th overall to Miami. And so, I mean, I picked Chris Johnson knowing that everything that's been said about this draft, I don't think they would disagree about the running back class, that it's not a good class, and that they would have had a hard time finding somebody to slide into that Ken Walker role if they didn't take Jadarian Price. And you sort of see that with the way that played out. There's only, I think there was one guy taken in the 3rd round by San Francisco, and then it wasn't. And then it wasn't until the 4th round when Jonah Coleman went, and Mike Washington Jr., a guy, and Jeff made this point, like a guy who had been mocked to the Seahawks in a few places at the end of the 2nd round, as high as at the end of the 2nd round. He ends up going to Vegas in, what was it, the 5th round?
Yeah, I think
to be a backup to Ashton Jeanty. So it's just, this was not a good year to need a starting running back. And I think that lends some context to why the Seahawks would have had a hard time passing on Jadarian Price.
I got to tell you, as Jeff rejoins the show, it's making its way all through Canada, the clip of you on 710 calling out Jeff Simmons for his draft coverage. You gave him a little shout on on 7 Seattle Sports, and Jeff immediately posted that on all socials as far as the world could see. Is that right, Jeff?
No, it was actually the guy from England who noticed that.
Oh, Rob did.
Rob sent it to me, and Rob was excited. So I think Rob was excited someone was watching his show. So there we go.
Yeah, that was guy I watched all 90 minutes of that show. You guys did great.
So
as always,
how do you prep for draft stuff?
Listen to you. I listen to Rob and Jeff, and I read every mock draft I can. And look, I think the mock drafts, I think we see this every year, where the value in a mock draft is not necessarily to find out where a player is going to go. Even the best guys, the hit rate on these is not all that high, but it gives you a feel for who the players are, what their skills and strengths are, and generally what part of the draft they may go in. And so I can't tell you that I'm sitting at home and watching a lot of film on these guys. I'll pull up some highlights, but I will read as much as I can, listen to as much as I can, listen a podcast I listen to, and just try to talk to people around the league to find out what they think about them. I would tell you that like my best work in covering the draft is really after the fact as opposed to beforehand.
So one more question. I know we're going to get to the Seahawks pick in a bit, and I know you got work to do, but unless Jeff's got some questions, but the trade for the 5th round pick for Beau Stevens, they traded a 4th next year.
Yeah.
Which is not nothing.
Not nothing.
And I'm curious, you've talked about before that there's, that they maybe are looking to add some more competition to the guard spot. What was your read on that maneuver?
Yeah, just look, I think Anthony Bradford, we all watched him play last season. I would say for the very harsh critics of Anthony Bradford out there, I don't deny that he was up and down. He was good enough to help them win a Super Bowl. So I don't think it's like automatic that they're going to replace him, but I do think that they've got to find somebody to at least come in and compete for that job. And the fact that they paid what they paid to get Beau Stevens, it's a 2027 4th round pick, so probably the equivalent of a 5th round pick this year if you discount it 1 year out. That's not a huge price, but it's not nothing either. So that makes me think that they think this guy can come in and at least push him for that job.
Jeff, anything you got for Brady before we let him go do his job?
Brady, was there any small part of you, I know you have to be objective, excited when they just drafted a guy named Henderson?
No relation, by the way, for anybody who was wondering. Not really. I mean, I'll say no, it's not for that reason. I'll tell you that I was kind of talking to my editors about, so we get these, the ESPN app, it pops up, at the beginning of day 3, like the Seahawks top needs, and they listed wide receiver as one of them.
I was like, what?
And so I texted him. I'm like, or I messaged him. I'm like, hey, I wouldn't really consider this to be
offensive tackle too.
Yeah, the offensive tackle. And so after getting on my soapbox in a Teams chat with my editors, of course they take a wide receiver, and I look like an ass. But yeah, no, I mean, so I don't think that was a huge need. I mean, they returned 7 of the 8 receivers who played at least a snap for them. But the one exception there is Derek Young, and it seems like he does have some of that Derek Young skill set, ability to return kicks, cover kicks, speed guy, and so and maybe some insurance for Torrey Horton too.
Okay, last quick thing. So they did not draft an edge yet, but they also got some Connor O'Toole and Jared Ivey, some guys from last year's class. Do you think that that's part of why potentially?
A small part of it, yeah. But it's just at the end of the day, are you really counting on an undrafted guy from last year to come in and, Boye Mafe played 500 plus snaps for them last season. And that's, I think you don't just say, okay, DeMarcus Lawrence at 34 years old, we're going to add 100 snaps to your plate. Uchenna Nwosu, it turns 29 or turns 30 in December and has the injury history the last couple of years before last year. You're not going to want to put more on those guys' plates necessarily. And so I think Dante Fowler at this point, I would imagine that he's got to be a likely option for them as a veteran guy who could come in and take some of those snaps. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Jared Ivey and Connor O'Toole stayed on their roster last year, even when they weren't really contributing. It's because they thought somebody else would snag those guys if they tried to move them onto their practice squad. So they clearly see something in there. But I think at this point, it's got to be like, you can't really count on that. You can just hope for it.
The Seahawks have traded out of the pick.
Oh, well, there we go.
I'm going to let you go do your job.
Okay.
So Seahawks next pick now is looking like pick 236 and 242. So I doubt they just moved out for one more 7th. I'm missing something, but that is where things currently stand. We'll find out the exact settings, but Green Bay Packers are on the clock instead of your Seattle Seahawks.
Exciting.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here. Do you? I'm only seeing 236, and 242. Oh wait, no, they got another 7th, 255, the third to last pick.
So they have
in the
8
draft.
picks now.
So they traded that 6 for 2 7ths. So now, after starting with 4 picks, they doubled their number of picks. They end up with 8 picks. And this is really a move to really jump on undrafted free agents, right? Guys that they get to keep, that they get to decide what to do with, as opposed to having to convince those guys to come here. So you're welcome to jump.
I can just do this
yeah,
from right here.
Awesome, good. I
can open Twitter.
Can you? You have that capability on the phone?
Well, I'm just getting.
It's amazing. So Jeff, you came back on for this pick. You got fooled by it by John Schneider. This is interesting. Like, any reactions to the Seahawks basically not moving how many picks? 36 picks down. Is that right? I mean,
oh, there's your guy, Brian. Look who got traded into their spot.
Oh no, who?
The kicker,
Trey Smack. I wanted Trey Smack, man. Give me a kicker named Trey Smack. I thought you were going to say it was Logan Fano. I was going to be crestfallen.
The Seahawks could have had your dream scenario of replacing Jason Myers.
Who would not want a guy named Trey Smack as their kicker? I mean, if you don't, then you're not my guy. But so I'm trying to figure this out. So they got, do you know what pick they had before they made this trade?
What number in the 6th round?
No, what number in the 7th round they had before this? Because I'm trying to figure out which pick.
244 or something?
Was it 240?
242?
Okay, so they picked up 236. That makes sense. So they traded down from what would have been
21 spots.
21 spots to pick up an extra, like the 3rd to last pick in this draft. That's a huge drop. Well, I'm definitely staying for the whole 7th round now. So I appreciate John Schneider.
I'm sorry, Rachel.
Yeah, I already had the tough conversation with Rachel. She understands. But man, one of the things that was interesting coming into this draft, Jeff, I don't know if you saw this, but the Seahawks had, I think, like 73 players under contract. And there's some teams that were coming into this draft with like 50s in the 50s or low 60s of players under contract. They were going to have to come out of this draft with a lot of players and sign a lot of undrafted free agents. With 8 draft picks, like, they're not going to have the biggest undrafted free agent class. It's going to be actually a pretty small one relative to what they've had in the past.
Yeah, that was kind of what fooled me into thinking like they might be kind of aggressive in free agency, because usually teams with their cap room are at like 35 players and they have to sign a bunch of players to even make that up. They were in like top 5 in cap room with like 56 players already signed. And then you add the typical UDFA class, and then it was supposed to be a small draft class, but they've literally doubled it. Yeah, they're going to have to remove a bunch of their guys. They could make a bunch of cuts, but if the experts are true, this is supposed to be a really bad 7th round undrafted free agent year. So maybe they could have a smaller one.
Well, I mean, I got a feel for Xavier Harris, who's been the best available listed player for like 2 hours, at least on ESPN.
When you got the ZX to start your name, that's a tough.
Well, and if you look at isn't Nussmeier still, is he still available?
I didn't see any of the draft picks when I went to eat, so I don't know.
I think he is. I mean, I still cannot imagine.
He has not been drafted.
He's not been drafted. Being a player and having your dad pass you over with the Saints, like, he's probably in the room with them, I would think. Like, that's got to be awkward.
Yeah, didn't they say that? Didn't they say that the Doug Nussmeier, like, they let him skip day 3?
Did they? I haven't heard.
Am I making that up?
No, I believe you.
That sounds familiar. There was a story on that.
Well, we definitely don't need to watch closely on the draft pick thing here now. So let's get this other view. So what are you gonna do for the next hour, Brady? What it constantly, you just go like checking golf?
Oh, you know what? I am I'm helping out with our Panthers coverage today. So
how does that work?
Just filing 100-word blurbs on each of their picks. So
guys,
I actually forgot about that. Well, I got to see if they're up. They pick in the 7th round at some point.
They do. I'll tell you. You've got the Panthers pick at 227.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So you got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get back to serious conversation. So, you look at the Seahawks with what they've done so far. where are their holes? Where do you think there's next moves? Like, what is your mind leads you as like, okay, these are still things the Seahawks have to do?
Yeah, it's the edge, and again, I think that's why they took a look at Dante Fowler, why they brought him in for a visit, knowing that they might, they need an edge guy to replace Boye Mafe, but that they might not be able to land a guy that they really like. I thought the two Michigan guys would have made sense for them on day two, either one of those guys, really, given their ties to Mike McDonald, but I think Dallas took Barham at 92. Is that right? Right before they picked Julian Neal, I believe it was. And so yeah, they need help on the edge, but that's really the last. If you just would have listed their needs, and I think we all would agree running back was their top need, and then in some order, you would go edge, corner, safety, and guard. They've gotten 4 of those 5 taken care of. And again, when we're now in the 7th round, so any edge guy you get is just, I don't know if you can really count on that guy to come in and really make an impact right away.
Do you think is there any other names other than Dante Fowler? Like Von Miller was obviously a guy that was interested in them and they were interested in him last year. Do you get any sense that there's other, there's some other vets out there, Cam Jordan, there's Jadeveon Clowney, like
there is Clowney, yeah, like Kyle Van Noy,
the annual Jadeveon Clowney watch. Any of those other guys you think are in the mix?
Kyle Van Noy, I've sort of gotten the sense that they've been interested in him. Not necessarily this year, but I sort of got that sense last year for obvious reasons. He knows Mike McDonald from their time in Baltimore. I think Rob has made this point, and I think I agree with him that, they really need a speed guy is what they really need. And they obviously looked at both of the types of rushers in this draft, more of the big-bodied kind of run-stuffing first guys. And they also took a hard look at some speed guys, too. And I think that's what they really need. I think Mike McDonald, if he could build an ideal edge guy, it's probably somebody more so in the mold of Nwosu, Lawrence, maybe even Derek Hall too, as just those like physical, rugged guys.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike McDonald has said that, and he said this at the owners' meetings. You also need some speed guys to complement that power. And I realize Boye Mafe, only had 2 sacks last year, but he gave them a lot of quick wins. He was 8th among all edge players in pass rush win rate. It didn't translate to sacks, and that's one of the reasons why they didn't pay him and why somebody else did. But those quick wins can be valuable, and I think they do need to complement sort of the power guys that they have with some quickness off the edge.
Jeff made a point earlier, and Jeff, getting her the question after this, if you got some, but if you want to pick at the way the Seahawks approached this offseason, you can kind of say that they almost left themselves needing to get a running back based off free agency. If they had franchised Ken Walker, just 1 year, doesn't have to be to get a multi-year deal. Franchise Ken Walker, then they go into this first round, and maybe they don't sign Rashid Shaheed. Then maybe you go in this first round, you can go for a receiver if that's the best value. You can get corner, you can go to these other positions and not have felt like you had to get a running back in a weak running back draft. Valid? Invalid?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're sort of like forcing the issue one way or another, because I don't think they would have wanted to pay Ken Walker III $13 million, even if it was on a 1-year deal. To me, that always, and there's a certain point they would have gone up to with him, and I kind of feel like it's probably somewhere in that $10 million range.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, you're talking about making a guy one of the highest paid running backs in the NFL when you really would prefer, as we saw last year, to keep him in a time-sharing kind of role. And I think a big reason for that is we've seen, the injury history, and good on Ken Walker III for staying healthy the way he did last season. Played in 20 games, hardly missed any practice time, had the ankle injury over the offseason, and then was there for everything. But I think a big reason why he was able to be there for everything was because he never carried the ball more than 20 times in a game. And I think I think they realized that's the best way to make sure he's available. And so there's only so much that I think you should be willing to pay a guy who's, going to be, and I realize that's sort of the way the NFL is going. There's really not a whole lot of those quote unquote bell cow type guys, but I think the guys that are at the top of the pay scale are guys that are, are carrying the ball, are touching the ball a lot more than he would have in Seattle.
Yeah, Brady, I'm sure everyone on your network has talked about this in the last 2 days, but did you have a take when the Rams took Ty Simpson? Like, do you have an opinion on that, or is that something you kind of leave with the draft experts?
Yeah, I honestly did not. I was not familiar enough with his game to have any sort of opinion. I found the reaction from Sean McVay to be interesting, and like my first reaction was he looks like he did not want that guy.
Okay.
Now,
I mean,
I mean, my like I've always been under the impression that Sean McVay has final say there, and even if he didn't, I can't imagine the GM would saddle him with a quarterback that he didn't want. I think that reaction probably more so reflected the kind of awkward situation that he's in, not wanting to, disrespect Matthew Stafford. That said, I'm sure Stafford would understand like a little more enthusiasm. And Stafford, like, is he really that sensitive to
I know Jeremy Fowler's a guy that Jeff and I have talked about with respect a lot. Obviously, Jeremy, and like he, among a bunch of other people, were out there saying, like, I think Jonathan Jones was like, "Hey, it was basically a protect Matt Stafford." I'm having a hard time buying that, man. Like, he seemed like he was upset. Why isn't it as simple as maybe McVay is all in now, plans to not be here. Snead is not leaving anytime soon, and Snead's looking for the future, and he like. But I think why isn't it the obvious the truth here?
Because I think McVay is the one really calling the shots there, and it's hard to imagine. I mean, he would have had to he would have had to be on board with it, is what I'm saying. So maybe the truth is kind of somewhere in between, and maybe that was not his preference, and he got talked into it, and he was also knowing that this is going to be an awkward situation with Stafford. But look, if you're Stafford, man, like how would Stafford not realize the big picture? I get it. If he's going year to year at this point, he probably wants a player that's going to help them right now, as opposed to his successor. But he's also got to realize like the team has to do what's best for the team. And if you're going year to year at this point of your career, then and the Rams probably aren't going to be picking 13th overall, like that high in the draft anytime soon. I got to imagine that Stafford would understand this decision and would also understand the coach trying to show at least a little enthusiasm. But I do. That's my guess. It was more about that. I just can't imagine Les Snead going over his head and making this decision.
I mean, the Seahawks and the Rams were as close as two teams can be.
Yeah,
through 3 games, right? In this building, like it's clear the Rams made some moves to try to address some things that they feel like were holding them back. In this building, the Seahawks defense gave up a lot of yardage and points to that offense the last 2 times they faced them. Do you think any of the moves they've made have been partially like, hey, we have some flaws that we noticed in that matchup that we want to address?
The Rams, you mean?
Yeah. Did the Seahawks make any moves because of the matchup with the Rams? Like where they said our defense had some problems with their offense, and so we need to do X, Y, or Z in our offseason plan to make sure we're ready for them.
I don't know. I don't know if that was like, being talent deficient in any spots more so than it was you just saw 2 great, one offensive, one defensive mind kind of going at it, and McVay kind of got the best of it. It's funny that the team that won the game in both of those first 2 games, the head coach and coordinator really lost the battle in each of those, which was kind of weird. But I imagine that, when they look at that, it's going to be more so like how the Rams were attacking them just schematically, maybe more so than like you need to find an upgrade at this spot or that spot.
Jeff, you got anything for Brady before we let him go?
Yeah, sure. Just back to the Jadarian Price thing. There's like a school of thought from some people that like you should never take a running back in the first round, no matter what. It's bad use of capital. And in a year where it seemed like they got stuck at the pick, it seemed like, based on what John said the other night. Like, do you see any logic to that, or is it just there wasn't a lot of options there? Let's take the best guy at the position we need. And you made the point today. You saw what happened with all the other running backs. Like, do you see any problem with that pick?
Well, I mean, I think I don't have like a great yes or no answer for you. I think it's it's certainly fair to wonder, like, to whatever degree their hand was forced at that pick, and how much, if at all, they had to push Price up their board. I would suspect that they probably would have preferred to take him early in the second round, or maybe even the middle part of the second round. But in a draft like this, he's going to get, other teams are going to push him up their board too. So I get it. And as for like the positional value question, not all first round picks are created equal. If I'm Arizona, certainly, or really any team, I'm not drafting a running back third overall, especially if I'm Arizona and with the holes on that roster. I don't really mind it when you're talking about a late first round pick and you're talking about a team that wants to run the ball and have that be the focal point of their offense. So the question I would have here is not just a straight positional value question of, is a running back worth a first round pick? Is Jadarian Price, does he have the like vast enough skill set to warrant a first round pick in a vacuum, given the questions about the receiving? And that's one of the things I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, is what can he add as a receiver? And he only had 15 catches in college, and we all understand Jeremiah Love was a do-it-all back, and he's great at catching the ball out of the backfield. So you understand why they wouldn't use Price in that role. But we also heard John Schneider, talk about a conversation that Price's agent had with him a year or so ago, whenever that was, about, hey man, you need to improve that part of your game. So it does seem like some of his only having 15 catches was a function of that just not being a strength of what he does. And I'm curious to see what he adds in that part, because, that certainly helps justify spending a first round pick on a running back. But in general, if you're a run first team, I don't think it's like a waste of resources. I would say it's a waste of resources.
I got something for you. Did you Clint Kubiak? If we look at Clint Kubiak's draft, there seemed like a lot of guys that might have been potential Seahawks. I'm curious. Trade Stukes, K'Ron Crawford, Mike Washington's on that list. Do you think Clint Kubiak took anything away from his time with Seattle and his time with Mike McDonald that might have influenced any of this, or is that just pure coincidence?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm looking at that list right now. I mean, Trade Stukes was a guy that the Seahawks had in for a visit. K'Ron Crawford, I believe they also visited with him. Jermod McCoy, I think that I don't think McCoy, and I don't know this for a fact, but I had not heard that he was off their board or anything like that. So I do kind of get the sense that they liked him. Then again, I'm sure every team liked the talent, because he might have been the first cornerback off the board if he wasn't hurt. Yeah, it is interesting that a lot of their picks were guys that were linked to the Seahawks. I don't know if that's by coincidence or not.
I mean, because like a lot of the scouting happens during the season, obviously.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the coaches get exposed to any of that, or if it's completely like in season, coaches are like focused fully and they don't get really exposed to any of this. I think that's how it works.
I think so too, because we've heard Mike McDonald say, the coaches sort of jump in here at the relatively speaking, the last minute. So I think that's what it is. I think it's just all the scouts doing, 90% of the legwork on these guys, and then the coaches come in and, give their stamp of approval or raise their objections or whatever.
You got a tea time tomorrow?
Not yet, no.
I actually, I'll have to catch up with you. Joe Fan's trying to get you and I to come golfing with him Monday morning.
Oh yeah, I got to get back to Joe on that. Yeah,
I haven't gotten back to him yet either.
Yeah, shout out Joe.
Shout out Joe Fan. Brady Henderson, ESPN. Appreciate you coming on as always, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your Carolina Panthers coverage from Brady Henderson, the best Carolina Panthers reporter out there. If you didn't know that.
The only one in Seattle.
The only one in Seattle, that's for damn sure. All right, Jeff. Let's get this back up here.
It's only been like 5 picks.
Yeah, I think we might take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, that's good.
I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to walk around, and then we'll come back with a few more picks, before the Seahawks come on. All right, dude. See you in a little bit.
Sounds good, my friend.
All right, so let me update the banner at least for people that see that we do not have Brady Henderson on as a guest right now. And yes, if you didn't know, Seahawks traded back a couple times. They now have 8 picks in this draft, and they've got 3 picks in the 7th round. So the 7th round going to be an active time, but not quite yet. Not quite yet for the Seahawks. We are at pick 224, and the Seahawks are at pick 236. So we'll be back with you in a little bit. Until then, see you soon. Hey, folks. Back with you, and we are, I don't know. Let's see how far. We are 6 picks away from the Seahawks picking here in the 7th round. The first of now 3 picks in the 7th round. They have pick 236, pick 242, and pick 255. So 255 is the 3rd to last pick. The Broncos have the honor of the second and the last pick and the last pick. So just off the board, though, a guy we did talk about a lot, had a little fun with, Eli Heidenreich, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The running back / receiver from Navy has the Christian McCaffrey athleticism without the Christian McCaffrey hype or necessarily the same kind of production, but an interesting pick nonetheless, and a guy that I was a little bit wondering if he was on the board for the Seahawks. It wouldn't have shocked me at all, given John Schneider has a very healthy respect for the armed forces, as does Mike McDonald, who has some military background in his family. But the Eli Heidenreich dream is no longer. Let's take a look at some of these super chats that have been waiting for attention. This is from Simoler, who's talking about a notion that Brandon from the Hawks Nest had said Jadarian Price could be like Terrell Davis. And we said, I don't see the comparison at all. And Simoler is saying he was referring to Davis's impact in the Denver scheme. I mean, even that's a little bit of a stretch. He's a Hall of Famer. So I get it. I mean, that'd be great. But I'm not going to jump immediately to a Hall of Famer with Jadarian Price, and we'll let the guy get his feet on the practice field and actually be a starter, which he has not even been for his time in college football, before we start making Hall of Fame comparisons. At least for me. OEL says Browns get another QB. LMAO. Browns going to Browns. Well, as I look at the Browns draft, let's take a look real quick. I think I remember feeling pretty good about what the Browns had done. They got Spencer Fano, who I think might be the best tackle in this draft. Casey Concepcion, who I think has some potential as a receiver. They got Denzel Boston. I think they got 2 good receivers. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who a safety I like at the end of the 2nd round. Austin Barber, decent tackle out of Florida. Parker Brailsford, who some people really like at center. Justin Jefferson, not that Justin Jefferson, a different one, a linebacker out of Alabama. Joe Royer and Taylon Green. Taylor Green, the quarterback they took in the 6th round. So, yeah, it is fascinating to me that Garrett Nussmeier, not the guy that they take. I think that would have made more sense, but what do I know? What do I know? The Rams are, by the way, on the clock. The pick is in. Scott Dobson, I'm going to take credit for suggesting the Hawks would use the 12 picks to buy back in. You should absolutely take credit. Everyone should take credit for anything that they've done. We need a little bit of self-esteem wherever we can find it in this lifetime. So congrats on that, Scott. Nuclear Fessel has gifted 10 Hawk Blogger memberships. That is very kind of you, man. I don't think I've seen you do the gifting before, and I really appreciate it. This is, I think, a great way to spread some generosity and grow our community. I really, really appreciate it. So thanks for doing it. If you want one of these free memberships, all you got to do is turn on gifting on your YouTube account. If you don't know how to do that, just search on Google. It'll show you how to do it. And then you got to like, subscribe, watch, comment. The more engaged you are with the channel, the more likely you are that YouTube will decide you deserve a free membership. So appreciate that. We don't get to choose who they go to. You guys do that yourselves by how much you engage with the content. So appreciate that from Nuclear Fessel. Nico Chris, member for 16 months. You think I'd know his name by now, but I don't. Just returned from work. I don't know if it's already been mentioned. Henderson is our new gunner on special teams. Yeah, we did talk about that. I wouldn't say he is the new gunner, but that certainly is a role that he'll be competing for, and does have a little bit of the Derek Young kind of vibes with Derek Young going on to the Raiders. By the way, the Rams just picked defensive tackle Tim Keenan from Alabama. We'll talk about that. It looks like a nose tackle. Andrew Joyce, do you think the decision to prioritize the hole at running back in round 1 had anything to do with choosing a former run game coordinator as play calling OC? No, I don't think Brian Fleury's come in and like put his stamp on this team and like force them to go in any specific direction. I think that he is an extension of the direction they were already going, and that was an extension of the vision that Mike McDonald has for how he wants his offense to run. It is going to be a physical run team, and they have gone for, there goes Zach Durfee from University of Washington. Edge rusher goes in the 7th round to the Jacksonville Jags. Congrats to Zach Durfee and his family. That's cool. Jason Sass. I am still pro Bosa and Von Miller after the draft. We haven't really talked about Joey Bosa. I am not a fan. I'm not a fan of either of the Bosas. I'd rather not have Joey Bosa on the team, but better than Aaron Rodgers, I guess, if you had to choose. Not that they play the same position, but as far as the person, not necessarily my first choice. I still think Dante Fowler makes a lot of sense. And let's take a look where things stand with the Rams after we are 2 picks away. The Vikings are on the clock, and then the Seahawks. So we'll take a look at the Rams in a second. Let's stick with this. So there's actually the selection's already been made. Gavin Gearhart from Cincinnati. So there are quite a few names for the Seahawks still available at this point. So Logan Fano's still there. I'll just say it. Logan Fano's still there. Xavier Harris, who is a former teammate of Jared Ivey. Garrett Nussmeier is there. That'd be an interesting pick, certainly. Get some attention if that happened. I think. So as far as edge goes, Logan Fano's the top one I would think is there. Anthony Lucas is still there. Nadeem Tucker, Max Llewellyn is there. There's a fair number of like Keyshawn James Newby. So you have to think one of these guys is going to be an edge. There is Andre Fuller, who they had on a visit. He's still there, so that could be someone to watch as well. And there it is, Andre Fuller. The cornerback from Toledo, is the pick for the Seahawks. And Andre Fuller was a guy we've talked about a fair amount on this show, Jeff. He was number 17 on my big board. I'll share this with folks. Just below Hezekiah Masses, as a matter of fact, and ahead of guys like Jalen Kilgore and Efians Prysock and some others. So to give you an idea, this is another big corner. I'll zoom in here so you guys can see. 6'1", 200 pounds, ran a 4.49 40, 35-inch vert. And then if you look at his coverage grade, 83rd percentile, his man coverage grade, 99th percentile, his pass breakups, 90th percentile, pass rating against, 92nd percentile, run defense grade, 99th percentile, run stop rate, 91st percentile, zone coverage rate, 70th percentile, zone QBR against, 91st. This is a good player, man. This is a good player that you're getting. Smaller school, but they're not scared of small school prospects in Seattle. What are your thoughts on the Seahawks adding another cornerback to their haul?
This seems like a better prospect than who they drafted in the last pick in the 6th. No, it was earlier in the 7th round. Brady Henderson's long lost cousin. But yeah, Fuller's a guy that makes a lot of sense. We were talking to them doubling up at corner. It's a spot they've needed more depth. They have Pritchett and Igbenani and some other guys there. But that's a pretty good 7th round pick where it was really dwindling for well-known guys. You add depth. The run defense grade is obviously pretty good, and I imagine some of the skills you talked about translate pretty well to special teams. So for seventh rounders where you're just looking at flyers, and especially, Brian, you talked about this, I think, with Brady. At this point, you're trying to get guys you probably can't sign in UDFA. And Fuller might be looking that they already drafted some of the guys last night, and they have kind of a project. They might not have wanted to sign there. So I think that's a pretty good use of this instead of trying to win a bidding war for someone who might have a more open room.
He was consensus 230 on the big board. So, I mean, you get him at 236, a little bit of a steal. Not a lot of a steal, but a little bit of a steal. The Seahawks, by the way, are going to be back up in 6 picks. So I'm going to be able to talk to Andre Fuller here in a few minutes. Jeff, if you want to stick around for the next pick, I'll be back for that.
Yeah, I'll stick around for the next pick. I don't know if I'm going to make it to.
No, you do not have to.
I've put in my days work.
You absolutely. It should not be.
I had no idea what time it was when I went. Like, Dave Pearson would have been all over me if he just saw what I did to like a pile of ice cream. He would have. I don't think I'd ever be able to escape that reputation.
Andre Fuller is a little bit on the older side. He's 24 years old, so another bit of a little older. So he was a 6-year college player,
and in the 7th round, that's fine. Like,
yeah,
like if Bud Clark was a little older, that pick, and you saw some guys who had pretty good profiles drop a little bit in the draft because of their age.
This is what Dane Brugler had in the Beast for Andre Fuller. Just a 1-year starter in the FBS. Fuller put himself in draftable territory with his 2025 performance, 42.3 completion rate when targeted. Natural feel as a man-cover defender, gets physical at the line, quickly find his balance regardless of the footwork, and stay with route runners through the stem. Recovery speed is lacking, but when in phase, he can find the ball downfield, turn potential deep catches into incompletions. His eye level from off coverage and open field tackling are solid, but need additional work. Overall, Fuller has only adequate speed and plays with grabby tendencies, but he's a good-sized athlete with smooth transitions and confidence in coverage to make plays on the football. Yeah, I got no issue with that as a 7th-round pick.
No, I think it's the fact that we have mentioned that guy several times throughout our coverage. I think that's a pretty good win for us as fans, because usually it ends up a lot more like the guy we got with the last pick.
Oh, there's Max Llewellyn.
Oh, no.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
If he turns, when Rob brought up how bad his run defense was, that was a little alarming for like a white dude from Iowa. Like that.
I don't know what his color has to do with anything, but yeah, an Iowa defensive lineman, yes, and it's certainly for a Mike McDonald edge.
The whole reputation of white players is that they're like grinders, and
yeah, I mean, all I really watched of him was pass rush cut-ups, and I just loved his hands movement. Like I thought he just looked like a very technical pass rusher for a college player. And a lot of these guys come out and they just are athletic, balls of clay that you're trying to figure out how they're going to use all that, but they don't really know what they're doing yet. I got to go talk to Andre. I'll be right back.
All right. So we'll see if Brian makes it back. I don't think he will. So look, anytime we know a 7th rounder, especially in a draft, it's a pretty big deal. And I'm not expecting to know the next pick. And if I do, I'll be very surprised. And Brian's done a really good job just putting together these tools. But I think a draft class, which once they didn't trade out of 32 and they made their 2 picks yesterday, really to add just 4 picks. They had 5 picks. They added a 7th rounder. To come out of here with 8, and one of them took a next year's pick to do, I think it's a pretty good outcome for them. And so I still think the pick that got me the most excited the whole draft so far was Beau Stevens. I'll run through at the end, but I was not the biggest Jadarian Price fan if you were on our coverage Thursday. Bud Clark I thought was solid. I was pretty excited by that one. And then the corner Julian Neal, I was pretty fired up by. That was a pretty good pick. But Beau Stevens was just, if you've listened to any of my pre-draft coverage. So let's go through this. The Seahawks are up in 2 picks. And again, I'm not expecting to know most of these guys. The Bills took Tommy Dobin, a punter. There we go.
And then Jacksonville. Jacksonville's had one of the weirder drafts in the league. They've taken guys like way off consensus. So there's one more pick and then the Seahawks pick. So the Bills, who just drafted a punter, are up again. And I know a lot of people think the Bills have done really good today. I have not liked their draft. I think it's been like, if I'm the Bills, there's two things I want to do. I want to either stack up Josh Allen or reload their defense. And they took TJ Parker, who had a really down year. They took the guy from Ohio State, who's kind of a more of a athletic project guy, Davison. And that's not the way I would have gone with it. Like someone like Jacob Rodriguez, I think would have been a really good pick for them. They traded down 3 times out of the draft to get all these day 3 picks. And to their credit, they've done well. But the pick is in. I doubt Seattle's going to trade out anymore. So for all this talk about these veteran players getting traded throughout the draft, there was Jonathan Grenard, and that's it, right? No other veteran players were like 20 picks away from the end of the draft. I feel like that happens a lot, but Brandon Ayuk is still out there. I don't think there was talk of Brady had mentioned Olu Atimi if they couldn't trade down, but at this point, like we made the point earlier, how do you even replace him if you trade him? So I'm guessing Seattle picks here. They've covered basically every one of their needs, even doubling down on corner. The last one is edge. And I think Brady said it once we saw that visit with Dante Fowler last week. My initial thought was they're preparing in case they don't touch this edge class. And again, I found the edge draft class very overrated. And you saw how many guys slipped into day 2. And so once they took Price, there was really not a great spot to take edges, because after 62, I think Brady mentioned the guy from Michigan. He's not a traditional edge. He's more of a move, kind of like how Arvell Reese is, kind of the off-ball linebacker who flies around. And McDonald, it's not like they need an edge rusher. And so Fowler makes sense. He has good numbers in the spreadsheets. Fowler's played for Aiden Dirty in Dallas and Atlanta. So he's going to be the 4th edge guy. And his numbers were better than Boye Mafe. The craziest thing for me with Fowler is I would have thought he's like 36 years old. He was drafted in 2016. Same draft as Carson Wentz, who's like barely hanging on. And Fowler's only 31 years old. So if you get him on a 1-year deal, and Fowler's played with DeMarcus Lawrence before, they were teammates in Dallas. And Fowler had really good years playing for Dan Quinn. And he never quite hit. He was like the 3rd overall pick in Jacksonville and never quite hit that level. And he went to Atlanta, and he's been a good complementary player. But I think I like a discount Boye Mafe, and his numbers might even be better. I think Fowler's a pretty good pickup to keep the group. Look, okay, Seattle's up now. So Armaj Reed Adams. So like I'm guessing he is a guard. Okay, so the Seahawks are on the clock. And this is the first time. And Brian made it. Wow, look at that timing. Literally got here right when the Seahawks were on the clock. That's pretty.
Let's go. Yeah, so Andre Fuller, good to have him in the fold, and we will see what the Seahawks. It's got to be an edge, right? Logan Fano, come on, Logan Fano.
I was saying it's the one spot they haven't touched, but like they might punt it.
Maybe Keyshawn James Newby or Logan Fano. It's got to be one of those guys.
Pick is in. That was a 10-second pick. Like you're not going to trade. There's nothing to trade for at this point.
No. I mean,
if it's not an edge, it's pretty telling that they punted the entire class.
It is with this many, with 8 picks.
Yeah, it's crazy. They doubled their picks even when they got stuck at 32 and 64.
If it is Fano, and we will have called Julian Neal and Beau Stevens and Andre Fuller and Fano, then I don't know, man. Maybe we should maybe I should get into this betting thing that you do.
They might move you into the draft room next year if that happens. So
they might put a muzzle on me. They might be like, dude, stop talking about these guys.
But it's not like it hurt them. You pretty much they still got everyone.
That's true. That's because nobody listens, really. The people that listen aren't tipping the picks to anybody, I guess.
There's I see the number of people in here right now at the 7th round of the draft.
I know, it's wild.
It's wild.
We didn't get it. It's a defensive tackle, it looks like. Deven Eastern. Let's see what we got on Deven Eastern, man. I don't know the player, so I'll just be honest there. See if he's on my board anywhere. Deven Eastern, he is 20th actually on this board. That's relatively high. So Deven Eastern, 6'5", 315 pounds, 27.5-inch vert, 112-inch broad. Not a pass rusher, 27th percentile pass rush win rate, but his run stop rate, 79th percentile. Run stop, 63rd percentile. Played for Minnesota, whose consensus 268. And the Seahawks get him at pick. What was that? Pick 242. So a little bit of a reach, at least by that consensus board standard.
So John Boyle tweeted out something, said that he's a nose tackle.
John who?
John Boyle tweeted out that the pick was a nose tackle.
Yeah, that size and profile sure seems like it. They've got Brandon Peely. Obviously, Brian Murphy plays nose tackle. Jaron Reed can play nose tackle, but they lost Quentin Bohanna last year to the Packers. So it could be the guy that they're looking to see to just add to the nose tackle.
Is
Nose tackle
typical for a nose tackle? That seems like kind of high cut.
Well, I haven't seen his body type enough yet to know if he's high cut, I guess. But as far as size wise, I mean, it is lighter weight than is typical for a Mike McDonald nose tackle. Most of his nose tackles have been in the 340 range, or even bigger sometimes. But he's obviously Byron Murphy's plays nose tackle for him at 310 or 305. Jaron Reed's plays nose tackle for him at times. So it's possible. But they had like a guy, Xavier Harris there, 6'8", 330 from Ole Miss. Jared Ivey knows him. He's a nose tackle for sure.
Yeah, see, that's what
they passed on him.
That's a big nose tackle.
It is. It's very big. Yeah, so dang it, man. That's a bummer that they didn't get Fano there. Maybe it's gonna be funny if that's the last pick they get in the 7th round. But Jeff, no edges.
They punted the whole class. Well, they have one more pick, but
do you think that that's a statement about the edge class or about how they feel about the edges that either they have on the roster or they're soon going to have on the roster?
I would think a combination of both. I think the fact that they didn't take one when they got stuck at 32, when they could have had basically anyone from that second tier they wanted, I think that was telling. And I think once the draft kind of cleaned up after, like, by the time you got to 64, there really wasn't much left unless you really liked Kieran Crawford. And they must have had a higher grade on Bud Clark than Kieran Crawford. And then after that, I think they figured, are these guys better than Jared Ivey and Connor O'Toole? And then to fill the Mafe hole, you get discount version at Dante Fowler. And so I'm guessing they had a handshake deal with him that he's going to sign. And so I think it is based on where they picked and based on the class in general. I think the idea that this was some like super deep edge class was a bit of a media creation in their minds.
Here's the other thing. I think their boards are for them. I think there are some good edges that don't fit the Seahawks scheme. But if you're looking for guys that can set the edge in the run and can be, effective pass rushers, I don't know that there's that many of those guys in this class.
Well, the interesting thing is a lot of those like guys who end up going the second round, they had them all in for 30 visits. R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young, Cassius Howell. Like, they're investigating these guys, and they were guys that I struggled to how to fit them in because they all had pretty major flaws. Like, R. Mason Thomas is small. He ended up going to the Chiefs pretty early in the second round, but he is not the run stuffing. Zion Young had character questions, and he had the DWI, and he ended up dropping a little later, but they obviously weren't going to take him at 32. He went in the 50s. Cassius Howell, he spoke really well about how that visit went. He's got insanely small arms, and he's not like he's a fastball off the edge, but I imagine that arm length was a bit of a problem for them. So some of these guys, maybe they were doing medicals, maybe they just wanted to investigate. They investigated everyone that was in that range. And so, like you said, guys didn't fit, but I'm guessing that they just saw the same kind of gap that me and you were kind of going through, where they all had pretty big flaws. How do you pull the trigger at 32?
Exactly. I think that's exactly right. So we don't know what the last pick's going to be, and I know you're gonna jet here. With this, let's take a look real quickly at the full Seahawks class, not including the last pick of the 7th round. What's your, you stare at this right now, what's your initial reaction?
That they did a pretty solid job. I don't think this is like what Dave Boling was said, like when you talked about last year's draft, like that felt like a franchise altering draft. This is not that. I think for a draft where you went in where you lost 4 players in free agency and picking a 32 in a weaker draft pool, we said a good draft that we come out of there with 2 starters. I think there's a chance you can go anywhere from 3 to 4 in a year or two. And I don't think these are going to be like, I don't see any elite prospects in here. But I think in a draft that we said, how do they have a good draft? I think Price is going to be, he projects as the RB1. I think Bud Clark is going to take over for Kobe Bryant. It might not be this year. It might be Ty Okada this year. But Clark's ball skills are just, and then Neal and Stevens have, I think, big potential for 2027 and maybe in 2026 if you can develop those guys. So I think in a draft where things really worked against them, and even though a lot of us hated that first pick, I think they come out of this pretty solid. This isn't going to be the top 10 draft in any of these rankings when Dayton Brugler puts out his ranking. But again, when you're picking 32 in all these rounds, it's hard to end up there. I think this draft class, they did pretty well.
What do you think the typical grade's going to be from people outside Seattle? And what's your first blush grade going to be?
I think the typical grade will be like B- to C. I'm probably going to give them a B-.
So your grade's gone down today.
Wow, did I say it was higher?
I thought you were like, maybe I'm misremembering.
I haven't given a grade.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to give them a B. I think I'm not being convinced by you. I think relative to where they were and what they drafted, I don't think it's an A. I'm not like blown away.
No.
But I think they did a pretty solid job. Like I think yesterday was a really good performance, and I think the Beau Stevens is probably my favorite thing they did the whole.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm gonna go B because again, I there was not a lot of outcomes they were gonna come out of here where I'm like, this is an A class.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of C grades for the Seahawks, maybe even C- grades. There might be some D's out there. I don't think a lot of people were super high on Julian Neal necessarily. There's probably some guys that they like better than Bud Clark, being that he's a little older. But I think it's a B-. I'm like in the exact same spot you are. I could be talked into either one of those. And like, given you start with 4 picks, you're at the end of every round. And so I'm grading like relative to every other draft, not relative to the picks that they had, but like, how did they do coming out of this with talent? Yeah, I'd say it's like a B or B- kind of draft. If like last year's was an A, maybe even an A+. This is not that. This is not that.
Think Riley Mills would have went in this draft?
I think it's an early 2nd round, maybe 1st round pick.
Yeah, like the difference, like that's the thing. He was a 5th rounder. Like Nick might have been a top 10 pick in this draft.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, who knows? Because people didn't know what he was. Like a lot of people did not see the vision for him until he played in the NFL.
Yeah, just the talent pool over the last 2 years. Like if they got Chris Johnson, maybe a 32, I bet you the league would have been, the graders would all have been like, oh, great draft. But I think overall, pretty complimentary of what they did. I think they hit 4 of the 5 spots they had to hit. And I think all 4 of those players have upside. They fit. They're the kind of players they want. I don't see a lot of reaches here. Jerry and Price, you can question. But I think I agree with what Brady said on that question earlier. I don't love taking a running back there, but given their other options, I don't think it it wasn't a reach. Like that was his exact range.
All right, dude. Deven Eastern's on the phone. I'm going to go talk to him. I will talk to you later, dude. It's great hanging out with you today.
All right. Have a good one, brother.
All right. See ya. All right, folks, I'm back. Just talked to new Seahawks defensive tackle Deven Eastern, who comes from Minnesota and actually knows Boye Mafe. Had some nice things to say about Boye, and Boye had nice things to say about Seattle to him. So that's good. And by the way, has a fiance. So add him to the list of guys that the Seahawks have drafted or added, or excuse me, that are either married or getting married, have kids or gonna have kids. It's a thing, man. It's a thing. I like I was talking about with the Seahawks area scouts earlier today at the beginning of the show, which I highly recommend. If you missed that, you can rewind all the way to the beginning. Oh, Garrett Nussmeier finally goes, and he goes to the Chiefs. He goes to the Chiefs, man. Happy for that kid. I mean, that's rough. That's rough to think that you might go on day 2 and barely get drafted in day 3. But he goes to the Chiefs. Talk about, people say that Ty Simpson went to a great situation. I think Garrett Nussmeier went to a great situation. There is zero expectation he's going to be on the field anytime soon. He's going to be learning behind Andy Reid, who is not someone who's planning to necessarily clearly jump ship anytime soon, and has a chance to really grow. The same way, honestly, Patrick Mahomes did his first time, like early on. And so, yeah, good for him. But anyway, Deven Eastern, as I was saying, he's one of the guys that's got a fiance. And we're talking to the area scouts earlier about just the maturity factor that a lot of these guys they've been adding have. I don't think, they're looking to add 30-year-old, fathers of 5. Like, that's not their scouting characteristics. But there is something to, these guys are big, dynamic athletes in a highly visible sport. And that doesn't always lead to people that are looking to settle down and build families, at least at this age. And I think it is interesting to me that there's such a consistent through line with a lot of these players that they are choosing to settle down and choosing, life partners, and they've found people that want to spend their lives with them. I find that an interesting little tidbit. Again, it's not going to be something that I would scout on necessarily, but it's just something that has caught my attention. I certainly smirked a little bit when Deven Eastern mentioned his fiance being one of the people that's had a big influence on him. So that's cool. So Garrett Nussmeier goes at pick 249. The Seahawks are up at pick 255, which is the third to last pick in this draft. Folks, we are 5 hours into this show. That's after 4.5 hours yesterday, 4+ hours on the first night. This has been an absolute marathon. If you guys have been with us the whole time, you guys are animals. I appreciate you. I respect you. I hope that it's been a good experience for you. It's been a pretty, I think, entertaining draft in general for what has happened with the Seahawks. Day 3 ended up being more entertaining than I would have expected. It was awesome to be able to talk to the area scouts earlier on. Great to hang out with Jeff, hang out with Rob Staton, talk to Dave Boling, talk to Brady Henderson. And I've got all of the audio from the conference calls over the last couple of days. I'm going to probably put that together into a pod listen that people can just listen to the audio of those calls. So look forward to that in the next day or two. And we will have the John Schneider and Mike McDonald press conference coming up here relatively soon after the draft ends. You have to remember, once the draft ends, they are already now probably on the phones with guys to be undrafted free agents. So they'll take a little bit of extra time before they come out, I would assume. I'm laughing because I just saw Red Murdoch on the list. I'm wondering, you'd have to be really with me through this whole thing to know the Red Murdoch joke. But let me see. Is he still available or did he just get taken? I got to know. Now I got to know. Did Red Murdoch get drafted? Did he get drafted? Does not look like he got drafted yet. Maybe he is. He's on the best available list. That's funny. Anyway, so we'll talk to those guys. We'll wrap up the show here, and then we'll have a lot like rookie minicamp will be coming up. I think next week. I think the guys will all fly out here, and they'll be out on this field next week practicing. So, going to be interesting. See those guys in action and get a much better view of what they bring. We'll see if I'm able to do a show on site. Wouldn't be surprised if that's not really doable for the rookie minicamp. But it'd be great to do that. See if we can get some interviews with some of these guys while they're here, and have a couple more conversations. So if you haven't already, give the show a like, click subscribe, and head on over to patreon.com/hawkblogger. Sign up, get ad-free audio, access to the Discord, a bunch of other stuff. I see the chat is hilarious. Yes, I love this. So OEL, he remembers the Red Murdoch stuff. Red from Crits Hawk. Red Murdoch must be drafted. Seahawks 2026 season. Big Red. So yeah, you guys are unbelievable. What you've done hanging in there. Ewer Bernard goes to the Eagles. I hate that. The absolute crazy athlete from Nigeria goes to the Eagles. If they turn him into a great player, I'm going to be very disappointed. So interesting pick. He's been talked about, I think, by Bruce Feldman, who does the Freaks list, that he is like one of the freakiest athletes he has ever measured or ever seen. And I'm going to look up his numbers here. Profile. Okay, so he had just crazy numbers. Where is it? 6'5", 306 pounds, and he ran a 4.63 40 with a 39-inch vertical. That is an insane athletic profile. 4.63 40 at 306 pounds. That is that's not cool, dude. So he goes to the Eagles. Eagles are back on the clock. We are almost there, folks. We're almost there. Eagles are at pick 252. Seahawks pick at 255. 3 picks away. Somehow my voice has not collapsed, which is great. You know, I'll say this. I'm very jealous of KJR over here. Like, they have these shift changes. Like, they've had 3 different shows happen in the time that I've been on today. It's funny because, like, the professional sports radio folks, they do 3 to 4 hour shows every day, like every Monday through Friday. It's long, 3 or 4 hours. Now, they also get commercial breaks. I don't get commercial breaks so much. That really helps. You generally are probably doing maybe like 40 minutes of talking out of every 60 minutes, but still, it's a fair amount of content every single day. So who are you guys hoping? Who are you guys hoping the Seahawks announce with this next pick? Do you have a favorite? I'm still on the edge. Like, give me Logan Fano, give me Keyshawn James Newby, give me like some kind of edge that gives you some chance of finding somebody, even if it's not likely. Give me one of those guys. I'm looking. Oh, there goes Keyshawn James Newby to the Eagles. Well, it's not going to be him. It is not going to be him, clearly. So we got the Ravens and the Colts, and then it will be the Seahawks up. Let's check best available edge players. Still got Logan Fano. Anthony Lucas is out there. Nadeem Tucker is out there. Let's see. I don't think they go defensive tackle again, but that's who knows. I don't think there's any offensive lineman they'd go for. I wonder about running back. Could they go running back? Is there anyone? Roman Hemby, they did meet with him from Indiana. Doesn't mean that they're going to draft him. Chip Tranum is still out there. So look, they could add a second running back. That's not crazy. Let's see. Any receivers? I mean, this is third to last pick you're talking about. So you're really cutting it close. Come on, Ravens, move this thing along. Make your pick, boys. Let's go. Man, what a beautiful, beautiful day out here in the PNW. I hope you guys are getting some time outside to enjoy this, soak it up. I certainly am a little jealous of everyone who's out there. I haven't seen that many boats out there. I guess it's not boating season yet officially, but I am seeing a few. But man, it's a day I'd want to be on a paddleboard or something out there on the water. Ravens, come on, guys. Let's just get this going. The pick's finally in. All right, let's go. Show the view. You guys want me to show the view? Sure. I will give you guys the view instead of me. You definitely don't need to see me. You see me plenty. All right, here is... I'll give you guys a view out. That is the view outside from the VMAC. So enjoy that. Enjoy that. In fact, we'll do this. So you guys get nice view out there. A little bit of a smaller view of the screen. Hopefully you guys can still see the screen enough that that's a good trade. I think that's a good trade. So the Ravens pick is in. Man, I'm glad I'm not a family member of Xavier Harris or him. Like, to have him as best, he's literally been best available for hours. Evan Bernstein, the guard from Northwestern, goes to the Ravens. That puts the Colts up, and the Seahawks are on deck for their last pick of. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the Seahawks traded out of the pick to have the last pick? But, you know, I could see John Schneider doing that to us, but no. Seahawks are almost there to the end. I see a question. When will Jadarian Price have his introduction press conference in Seattle? I would guess it would be next week. Not sure if it'll be Monday, but it might be Monday. We'll see. Remember last year, Gray Zabel was already here by now and was the one who I think called Mason Richmond or Bryce Cabledew and told them that they had been picked. Deion Burks, the wide receiver from Oklahoma. So the Seahawks are on the clock. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be, folks? Pick is in. At least that's what chat's telling me. Who's it going to be? I mean, I got nothing else to add after, I don't know, 15 hours of coverage. If it's not Logan Fano, I don't know who it's going to be. Let's see. Call your shot in chat right now. Call it now before the pick's out. Michael Dansby, a cornerback. Michael Dansby, a cornerback, is the final pick of the Seahawks draft. They get in the end, 3 cornerbacks. I do not have Michael Dansby was not on the consensus top 300. He, I'll show this with you guys. I'll zoom it in for you. He is, I don't have his height weight on this particular thing, but not a man cover guy, 39th percentile, had 77th percentile passer rating against, 93rd percentile zone coverage grade. So zone coverage guy, not the best run defense grade, but 45th percentile. So that really says a lot. As we now look at the Seahawks draft class, you see 1, 2, 3 cornerbacks added: Julian, Neal, Andre Fuller, and Michael Dansby, and a safety. So you got 4 guys added to the secondary. And as you look at this class, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defensive players and 1, 2, 3 offensive players. So 5 on the defense, 3 on the offense. Now, it is worth mentioning that 2 of the top 4 were offensive picks, Beau Stevens and Jadarian Price, but generally more picks on the defensive side. And I wouldn't read too much into the being a cornerback. I think that it's probably that's more special teams likely at the end of any draft, starting with Emmanuel Henderson Jr., who looks like someone who could be kind of a Derek Young replacement. But I don't think that's how they draft. I think they're just looking at guys that have skill sets and they see he could be a gunner for them. And then, the other guys are all potential special teams additions as well, but also have other skill sets to add. I like Andre Fuller as a corner, and I think he's got some chance to develop there. But yeah, they put a lot into their secondary, and this is a little reminiscent of the way that they spent on the offensive line last year when they got Gray Zabel and Mason Richmond and Bryce Cabledew, with Richmond and Cabledew being late round picks. And those guys both made the practice squad or the roster, as the case may be, and were carried all season, even if they didn't play very much. So, you can make over a room without necessarily having them be starters, and allowing those guys to be developed by Carl Scott and Mike McDonald and all the other guys that on the coaching staff that work with that position. So, yeah, sorry, Will's texting me, the guy who makes my shorts. Let me he needs to see my face for this. Sorry, Will. I don't think it's gonna happen, dude. I'll do this for you. Let me see if I can figure this out for you, Will, because Will's been working his butt off getting these shorts out while we're doing this. So sorry for everyone who's enjoying the picture and the view outside. You're gonna have to see my face one more time. All right, Will, hold on one second, brother. All right, so let's do this one more time for the cameras. The Seahawks draft Michael Dansby, cornerback out of Arizona. And as I said, this is a guy that likely is a special teams addition, but did have a 93rd percentile zone coverage grade, 77th percentile passer rating against, 84th percentile in terms of pass breakups. You see a guy that is going to add to the defense at the cornerback room. He is 5'11", 181 pounds. So he's not the biggest guy, but like last year when they drafted Bryce Cabledew and Mason Richmond in the 6th and 7th rounds, those guys made the team and they were part of that team that won the Super Bowl, even if they weren't playing a lot. So don't count out Michael Dansby just yet. Third to last player drafted in this draft. We have seen guys at the end of the draft turn into very good players. So I'm going to go talk to Mr. Dansby here in a second, and then we're going to have John Schneider and Mike McDonald here and do that, and then we'll wrap up the show and head out. So looks like we'll probably have about a 6-hour show by the time it's all over. But until then, I will be back with you guys. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave up the Seahawks draft class for you to look at. People can hang out and chat if they want. When I get back from talking with these different guys, I will come back and fill you in on anything there. All right. So I'll put on some music that you can hang out with, and then otherwise, give you this view for now. All right, folks, I'm going to be cutting out here in a second for John Schneider and Mike McDonald's press conference, and then I'll come back after that. But two things. One, did you see who was Mr. Irrelevant? Did you see who was Mr. Irrelevant? Come on. Red Murdoch, the linebacker from Buffalo, goes to the Broncos with pick 257. People look at me like I'm absolutely insane in this room. I was like, oh, he was up on the big screen. I was like, Red Murdoch. I was like, what are you talking about? So that was pretty funny. Also, pretty cool call, honestly, with Mr. Dansby, the Seahawks' new cornerback. He said that he ran a 4.25 in training. Now, training times, you never know. But if he's anywhere close to that, that's pretty fascinating. And he said he's going to make his money as a gunner and a jammer on special teams. Met with the Seahawks over Zoom with the cornerbacks coach, assistant cornerbacks coach. 4.25 is like, I was like, whoa, that's serious speed. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in action. Pretty interesting trait to add as very end of the very end of the draft. So anyway, I just had to come back, talk about Red Murdoch, and talk about Mr. 425. I will be back here in a little bit after the John Schneider and Mike McDonald press conference, and we'll wrap at that point. So see you all soon. We'll be back in a bit. Hey, folks. Just coming on, finished the John Schneider and Mike McDonald press conference. I'm going to wrap up. I was going to give you an update, but I got to get home to the family. So thank you all for hanging out with us for 15 plus hours of draft coverage here at the VMAC. Thanks to the Seahawks for hosting us. It was great. And I got a lot more to share with you. We'll have rookie minicamp coming up end of next week, so I'll be there for that. A lot of good stuff coming for you. Until then, that will do it for this episode of Real Hawk Talk. Take care.